preparing to take to the track. Car 44.
Got an update on the Vienna car, guys. It seems that it's definitely over for the Vienna guys. They got an official DNF at the moment. They couldn't get the car restarted. So that's sadly a DNF for Vienna E100.
And was being shown the green flag. And there they are on their first lap.
In the meantime, the second driver of Wuppertal is already in the car. First driver and one of the team members is helping him to get strapped in. The scrutineers are walking around the car to see whether there's any trouble with the car, but everything looks fine. In a couple of minutes, probably the second driver will be strapped in and they will be given the go-ahead. And let's hope they can restart and rejoin the endurance.
Next up, University of Liverpool, car 24 is preparing to take to the track. As Wuppertal are finishing up their driver change. Let's see if they can keep this within 3 minutes. Any additional time will be added to their overall time for the entire endurance. As crosses the finish line for the first time. Putting in a 94.42.
Both Liverpool and Ulm are in the wing section of the track. And Liverpool finishes their first lap of endurance. As Ulm follows directly behind with their second lap. Gets a bit loose going into the cone killer chicane, but manages to save it. It's actually the 9th car that the University of Applied Sciences Ulm team has created. It's powered by a single-cylinder Husaberg engine.
Just to give you an update on Wuppertal, guys. It seems that they have some issues restarting the car. The rules say that after the driver change, you get an additional 2 minutes to restart the engine. If that doesn't work, then they will be disqualified. So they're just trying to do anything they can to restart the car. It looks like something with the battery or the starter engine, but most likely the battery.
Meanwhile, on the track, it looks like we might be going to see our first overtaking maneuver of today as Ulm closes in on Liverpool.
Looks like Liverpool driver is really pushing to stay ahead at an off-track excursion going through the wing section of the course. Still looks like Ulm driver is managing to reel him in.
Yes, and sadly, car number 14, Wuppertal, they are a DNF. They couldn't restart the car. It seems like a dead battery. So that's very sad for car number 14, Wuppertal. But better luck next year, guys.
That's a shame. They were doing great so far. Come on, people, keep it up for Wuppertal.
Meanwhile, Liverpool has been given the blue flag and let Ulm pass in one of the designated passing zones indicated in blue.
For Liverpool, this is an anniversary car, by the way. This is their 10th.
So we have car number 80 from Lera, just getting ready to start, and they are pulling up to the starting line. So you can take them over from there, Thijs.
Yep, it's the guys from Portugal rolling up to the starting line right now.
And both Ulm and Liverpool complete another lap of endurance. Ulm is now on their 5th lap and Liverpool on their 4th lap now.
I think Larry may have some trouble getting the car started as they're about to be shown the green flag.
The name of the team from Ulm is the Einstein Motorsport team, and they were founded in 2006. This year they've gone with a carbon fiber monocoque chassis.
One of the engineers from Portugal can be seen making some adjustments in the engine compartment.
And Liverpool takes out a few cones as they approach the horseshoe section.
Yes, Thijs, it seems that Lera has some kind of automatic clutch control and shifting control, but that system isn't doing what it's supposed to do at the moment. So the engineer is trying hard to fix it, to get Lera out there and the endurance, but it looks like the patience of the officials is wearing thin. So they have to really hurry up, otherwise they will be moved back.
Well, I can hear the number 80 car firing up now. Let's hope they can get to the track. The track seems clear. And they're getting the green flag. And they're off. The Portugal car is actually pretty interesting. This is a first-year car. The team's never competed in any other competitions in previous years. They have competed in FSG last month, where they completed the autocross successfully and took part in the endurance as well. One of the more remarkable feats of this car is that they actually have implemented electronic throttle control as I think one of the very few teams in Europe. They reckon it helps them to deliver torque more smoothly in all events, but especially in the skid-pad event.
It looks like Liverpool's taking out the same exact cone they took out in their last lap. The driver is speeding up quite a bit, and he's managing to keep up with the back of Ulm, albeit he's just taken out yet another cone, or even two.
In the meantime, we have car number 38 from UAS Berlin, just ready to join the endurance. They just have to wait for a clean area to enter the track.
And the University of Lehre finishes their first lap.
As Liverpool clips a cone into the cone killer chicane. And it looks like car 38, UAS Berlin, has been shown the green flag. With a pretty enthusiastic power slide out of the cone killer chicane. And they're off on their first lap.
Yes, in the meantime, I had a chat with the officials, and it's all the teams have to do 18 laps, so 9 per driver. So that makes us that one of the cars, Ulm, will be in for the driver change pretty soon. They're on their eighth lap, so they will be in quite soon for the driver change.
See the driver from Lyria really pushing as he finishes his second lap.
And Ulm is being shown the last lap as Liverpool gets their, what I think is their second cone this lap. Third, actually.
We've had quite a few cones so far. Seem to be some duplicates that are starting to happen now. Driver from UAS Berlin really pushing some power slides. You may notice that they've got a very unique exhaust. It's actually, to help meet the noise requirements, they've augmented their exhaust system with a 5-liter beer keg.
Yep, I believe it's Warsteiner, and they're very pleased with that.
Lyra looks like they've taken out a cone in the slalom and another cone going into the horseshoe section. A few more cones along the way for good measure. And count at least 4 or 5 cones that have been taken out by Lyria.
Marcel's actually struggling to get him back in time.
And it looks like Ulm has run over one of the cones and is dragging along with it now. Oh no.
And Liverpool too, they've almost picked up their second cone. They're still dragging along one though. As Ulm gets to the halfway mark, and they're in for their driver change. Liverpool again hitting that cone, but this time it actually doesn't exit the box and it's still upright, so this one will not count for them.
Fortunately for Ulm, if they do have a cone underneath their car, they've gone in for the driver change and they should be able to retrieve that now.
Right now, cones are actually being run over at such a pace that marshals are struggling to keep up with the actual green cones. So one of them has been replaced with a blue one in the cone killer chicane.
Mickey, can you have a look and confirm whether or not there is a cone stuck under the Ulm car? We couldn't really tell from our angle.
No, it seems clear. Maybe they just lost it on the way in. The scrutineers had a look, and it looks like the car is clear. However, it does smell pretty weird, Austin. I don't know why. Maybe it's something with the exhaust, but it does smell a bit weird. But that doesn't matter. The second driver is in the car, and he's being strapped in, and they look pretty confident in what they do. So let's hope that they can rejoin without any problems.
Meanwhile, we have car 90 from Milano about to join the track as Liverpool passes by. Marshals will probably wait for the car from Berlin to pass as well. Liverpool actually are coming in for their driver change already. And I'm expecting Milano to be shown the green flag after US Berlin has passed.
And Milano gets the green flag.
Yes, and one of the scrutineers, Ulf Steinfurt in this case, has managed to free one of the cones from Liverpool. And he has been freed, and it will rejoin the track, hopefully. In the meantime, also Liverpool is just adjusting the seats and the belts for the second driver. Oh, in fact, he pulled out another cone, which is really destroyed. This is that's probably will be a souvenir for one of the Liverpool guys. I think the driver is getting the really destroyed cone at the moment. This is worth a picture. We will Twitter it very soon.
That's what they call cone carnage, Mickey. Meanwhile, Lyria is doing their best to get in on the action too. They've just taken out another cone going through the horseshoe section of the track.
Berlin driver really pushing now. We actually had a talk with these guys a while ago. Oh, while the engine is making some slightly disturbing noises.
It seems to be backfiring exclusively at the moment. You get a bit of funny smell up here now, Thijs. You noticed that?
Yeah, absolutely. It sort of smells like exhaust tape, I guess.
Yes, guys, it's coming from the Ulm car. I just noticed it a couple of minutes ago as well. Really strange sound, at least smell. And but it looks like it doesn't have any effect on the car. But we'll see what happens.
And it looks like Berlin is slowing down at the hairpin section of the course. It looks like they've stopped.
They're actually off track for a while.
So they've stopped just behind the big Formula Student Germany banner from our vantage point. Marshals are working frantically, trying to get to the car. It looks like the driver is out for UAS Berlin.
I just received word that car number 83 from Berlin is caught fire. But the driver is out of the car, and that's why they are showing the red flags, and the fire department is just heading over there.
Oh, the fire department's already taken out a cone.
Yes, just to give you an update, the driver is out of the car, and he's not in danger anymore, and the marshals have put out the fire already, but just to make sure the fire department is on its way to make sure that the fire is permanently out.
I think the fire department did manage to take out more cones than Liverpool in their run so far.
In the meantime, another drama unfolding in the driver change area where Ulm First managed to restart the engine, but then it stalled, and now it looks like the battery is dead, and they get absolutely no more sound out of the starter, and it looks very, very frustrating for the second driver. He's doing anything he can, but it looks like it's going to be very difficult for him to restart. And unfortunately, car number 44, UAS Ulm, is out of the endurance side. They couldn't restart the engine after driver change, and they are being they're just being pushed away as we speak. So it's up to the next car to join the endurance.
Meanwhile, both cars that were on the track as US Berlin was pulled off are being directed into the pits. They will get to restart their last lap.
Yeah, just to explain a little bit about the rules during the red flag situation. Whenever a red flag is shown during endurance, all cars must stop on track and wait for the instruction of for the marshals. And after the instruction has been given to the driver, they must proceed slowly towards the pits to receive further instruction on how to rejoin the endurance. Whenever the track is clear, all the cars will be allowed to re-enter the endurance track, and this lap will not be counted in their time.
The car from Berlin is being pushed back from the track, and it appears the track will be clear soon.
Well, there's a break in on-track action. Just a reminder that if you've got any questions you want to ask us or comments you want to make or things you see, let us know on Twitter. Our Twitter handle is @FSG Live. And we'll do our best to respond to those as quickly as we can.
Meanwhile, in the staging area, car number 80 from Lara and car number 24 from Liverpool are still waiting for the go sign to take to the track once again, as we're waiting for the fire marshals to go back to their posts. and the all clear sign at the US Berlin car, which we have not received so far, although the situation seems under control. The drivers at Liverpool are still admiring the completely destroyed cone, which I have to say looks sort of weird, especially when worn as a hat.
In fact, guys, that cone from Liverpool looks almost like it's been in a barbecue for a while. Roasted cone.
We're not quite sure what's causing the holdup right now. So one of the fire marshal cars is now returning to its post. The other one is still on the track, or at least next to it. So we're still waiting for that to clear up, clear away, and then we can continue the endurance.
So in the meantime, Thijs, could you please tell the audience something about all the safety measures that teams have to take to prevent fires, and if they happen, what kind of measures they have to make on the car to, make it less worse if there's a fire on the car?
Sure. Well, first of all the parts that might actually cause fires are checked rigorously during the scrutineering, and there are many rules that apply to this. Importantly, though, the firewall behind the driver is subject to many significant rules on that. Also, the battery containers need to be made out of fireproof material that will not burn if the lithium-ion cells will catch fire. Of course, up to now, we've only seen, well, apart from half a lap from Vienna, we've only seen combustion cars, where naturally all the fuel lines are a fire hazard by themselves, and they need to be checked rigorously by the teams.
And is it allowed to wear any fire extinguishers on the car or put them in or something like that in case a fire does happen, Thijs?
Nope, teams are not supposed to have those. You're not allowed even, I think. Because of that, the fire marshals, the track marshals rather, have plenty of fire extinguishers at hand should anything occur. And as we can see, the fire marshals respond very adequately as well. As I'm saying that, the second Feuerwehr van has taken its position next to the track, and I suppose that means that the track is free, as we are now waiting for the green flags again to get the endurance running.
Yes, and talking about the marshals on the track, they all go through training on how to use the fire extinguishers. They get a briefing every morning, and also in the afternoon they get a briefing on what to do in these situations. First thing is to make sure the driver is okay and get him out of the car as fast as they can. And then secondly, to extinguish the fire as soon as they can. But if that fails, just wait for the firefighters to finish the job. But the first thing always is to make sure that the driver is okay and get him out of the car as soon as they can.
On that note, Mickey, part of this scrutineering process actually involves the driver having to be able to exit the car within 5 seconds. And if the driver can't do that, the car won't be able to get through scrutineering. Additionally, when the cars are being pushed through areas where there may be other people, all of the teams are required to have a fire extinguisher alongside the car to ensure nobody else is in danger if there is an incident.
Yep, this 5-second rule is something that all drivers must show to be able to do. And of course, at all times when they are in the car, they are also required to wear fireproof race overalls.
I do believe they even have to wear fireproof underwear and balaclavas. And all these gears are being checked during scrutineering for any holes in the gear, because even a small hole can cause a pretty significant burn on your skin. And also, the scrutineers have been doing surprise egress tests in the queue yesterday, and not all teams like that. But it does make sure that all the drivers are being able to get out of the car within 5 seconds, especially in situations when you don't really expect it. So it might seem a bit harsh for scrutineers to do that during a surprise egress test, but in the end it does help to make sure that you get out when you need it.
Yep, absolutely, and this is being taken very seriously, and it should. You're not just supposed to wear underwear, you're even supposed to wear fire protective socks. Actually, this is being checked in the pre-scrutineering, so before you even enter the dynamic area, you must show as a team that you have all this for all your drivers that are at the car at that moment. On Friday, I was talking to the guys from Akron, and they were not allowed to get into the dynamic area and into the actual part of scrutineering for mechanical scrutineering because their driver was missing its socks. Well, everything's firing up to get the endurance running again. As the cars have started and are lining up, first car on the track will be Milano, car 90. At the same time, Lyra, car 80, and Liverpool, car 24, have started their engines as well. As we're being shown the green flag, and Milano is underway again.
Yes, and talking about Milan, they were the absolutely last car to enter the scrutineering a couple of days ago. They were very patient. They passed scrutineering, and they were actually very calm about it. And it's a great job to have them here. They drove on the autocross yesterday. Didn't put in a very quick time, but in the end they made it, and they're driving around the endurance. Well done.
The name of the car from Milano is the DP7 as IP Liria retakes the track. But yeah, the car from Milano is named the DP7. Features a carbon fiber front monocoque and an Aprilia RXV 550 engine.
Yep, the guys from Milano were actually quite a bit quicker than the Lara car in autocross yesterday. It was a gap of more than 3 seconds. Let's see what that translates to today. Of course, this track is slightly different. Some of the corners have been smoothed out a bit, so the track should be a bit quicker.
And Liverpool is back on track after their pit stop, so they've restarted successfully.
As Milano starts their third lap, and right now they are the fastest car on track. Meanwhile, car 98 from Bangkok is getting ready to join the track.
Yes, and we see the car from Milan really pushing hard. He's just improved his time. It's at 89 seconds, and he gets almost 7 seconds a lap on the Liverpool guys, and even more on the Lara guys. So they really have the pace on the track. The car looks really stable in every turn, so it's nice. Oh, they went even faster this time. Well done.
As Bangkok takes the green flag for their endurance run. Liria locks up as they cross the line into the cone killer chicane, but manages not to take anything out and continues their endurance run. As UAS Kempton takes the green flag for endurance. Liverpool crosses the line again, and I've got to say the second driver is taking out far fewer cones than the first driver did.
Yes, Austin, it was nice to see that the first driver was instructing the second driver on what kind of race lines to take, and probably also not to hit as many cones as he did. And it was they had quite a bit of time during the red flag situation to do that. So the second driver looks well instructed at least, and he does know what to do with the car at the moment.
The guys from Bangkok actually finished their first lap in 95 seconds, which is not far off the pace of Liverpool and Laria. Let's see what they can do in their second lap. They might even be able to pick up speed.
Yes, while the car from Milan is constantly doing 85, 86 second laps, which puts them well ahead of the other cars at the moment. Actually, they are he's catching the cars by, I don't know, about 7-8 seconds a lap, which is a lot at the moment.
Yep, and they're being shown the blue flags, the guys from Liverpool.
Meanwhile, Illyria is taking the last lap board before they go in for their driver change.
As Milano powers past Liverpool and into the cone killer chicane. Oh, Liverpool's accidentally being pulled into an overtaking lane that it wasn't supposed to be in. But they're on their way again.
Whoa, and a spin! A spin from Bangkok as they approach the cone killer chicane section of the course. Managed to get back going again, but it's headed right towards the marshals.
Yeah, they were slingshotted straight at him.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons is the marshals have to stand all day. They're not allowed to sit down because if something happens with one of the cars, it spins out towards them or whatever. They need to be able to get out the way as fast as they can. So it's a tough job for the marshals, but in the end, it's for their own safety. They're not allowed to sit down, and they have to keep an eye on the cars at all times.
Yep, and meanwhile, Kempton is clearly a lot faster than Laria, and Laria has been shown a blue flag. Kempton is powering on as after they were stuck for a while, but now they're unleashed. Let's see what this driver can do. That's unfortunate for the Laria guy being overtaken just before he finishes his stint. But he's in the pits now. Let's hope the driver change goes okay. Car 24 from Liverpool is being shown a warning. Looks like the marshals were half considering giving him a flag, but he might be pulled in for a harsh word with one of the marshals who continues driving like this.
Car from Bangkok approaches the line again. Doing another lap of endurance. Name of the car is a Scorpio.
Wow, huge blockage, tire blocking and understeer from the Bangkok car, but he manages to keep it on track.
That car is powered by a turbocharged Suzuki LT 450 engine. It has 10-inch carbon fiber wheels. Kept with a big slide as they cross the line.
They do set the fastest time of the day so far, with an 83.48.
Milano with a big power slide through the cone killer chicane.
They just set their personal best. They're almost exactly a second slower than Kempton now. As the Milano driver is approaching the end of his stint.
Kempton and Milan are battling it out on the track. Their times seem to be a lot faster than the surrounding cars. Guys, could you explain a little bit about how that's possible? That clearly these two cars are still running in the same order as the somewhat slower cars.
Yeah, well, first of all, the endurance of the course is made up of the autocross results from yesterday. But a lot of cars, there are actually some cars that are running right now that haven't made it through autocross yesterday. They are designated the spot right now. Also, the differences between the slower cars are actually a lot bigger in terms of faster cars. So yesterday the difference was
number 80 from Leira, restarted the engine after the driver change, and they're about to rejoin. Yeah, they're just pulling up to the starting line, and they will be entering the track anytime soon.
Milano is now making their pit stop halfway through their endurance run.
As Liria rejoins the track. Liverpool going fairly slowly through the slalom. Just to get back to what you were saying earlier, Mickey, about those times being pretty different between the cars on track right now. If we look at the autocross times from yesterday, we do see a significant gap between Kempton and Milano and the other cars on track right now, Bangkok, Liria and Liverpool. Although I have to say that lead seems to have been extended further even, as Liverpool clips one of the cones on the cone for chicane. Yesterday was about 6 or 7 seconds, seems to be more like 10 right now. Let's see what the second driver of Liria can do. Meanwhile, Kempton is closing in fast on Bangkok. I'm sure we'll get blue flags soon.
Yes, and can you explain a little bit about overtaking on this track, Thijs?
Yep, as Austin mentioned earlier, there's designated overtaking areas indicated by the blue cones. Those are the only places that cars are allowed to overtake, and if that happens, if that is necessary, then the race control will indicate to the marshals that the blue flag needs to be shown to a specific car. It will then be directed into the car in the overtaking lane, and at the end of that, that is very important actually, it has to wait to be shown the green flag, because sometimes there are more than one car stuck behind the front runner, one in the front. So only after green flag is shown at the end of the overtaking lane is the car allowed to get back on the track.
And what happens if one of the cars chooses to ignore blue flags?
Well, they might let you get away with that once. If you do it a couple times, you will be pulled into the pit area for a euphemistically called friendly word by one of the main marshals.
Meanwhile, Liverpool is just taking the last lap board. They're now on the last lap of their endurance run, and the University of Toronto is now on track. They took the green flag, and they're about halfway through their first lap.
And unfortunately, car number 90 from Milan, they were doing so well out on track, but they get a DNF at the moment. Going to find out why, but it looks like it's all over for Milan, sadly.
Yellow flags being shown in the rear section of the track.
Yes, and the reason, Thijs, the reason for the DNF from Milan is an oil leak. The rule is oil leaks and any other kind of leaks are not allowed except for water. So if there's some oil leak from the catch can or some water leak from the catch can, that's fine. But any other leaking seals or oils from engines and so on, that's really not allowed, and it's a dangerous situation. So if the scrutineers see that during the driver change, then they will disqualify the car, and that's what happened to the Milan car.
Well, that's very unfortunate. I can't see any oil from under the car, so it must not have been a whole lot. Unfortunately, a lot of teams. Yep, no, I do see one of the marshals now putting some oil in there, so apparently there was a pretty apparent leakage. Unfortunately, driver change does actually claim quite a lot of victims.
Meanwhile, Liverpool has just taken the checkered flag and become the first team to finish endurance. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Sorry, Thijs, for interrupting you.
No, you're totally right. However, let's also give the guys from Milan a hand, because they did very well up to now. They were one of the fastest cars out there.
Yeah, I'm just going to talk to the Liverpool guys. They're the first car to finish endurance in 2015, which is quite an achievement. So let me just take a moment and talk to the driver. I will indicate that when I'm ready, because he looks a bit off. He's just getting ready to be pushed to the fuel station.
You can really see the driver from the University of Toronto stalling at the wheel as he goes through the cone killer chicane. It also sounds quite a bit louder than any of the other cars on track right now.
Yellow flags are still being waved at the rear section of the track, where Kempton and Bangkok are now driving, and that Toronto is now entering. Bangkok actually in their last lap for this driver. Of course, the reason for that yellow flag is the Laria car from Portugal being stalled out there as the driver is being taken away from the car. And Kempton's being shown the checkered flag, as well as Bangkok.
They're both into the pits for their mandatory pit stop now. Toronto now the only car circulating on the track. Car is powered by a one-cylinder Honda TXR 450ER motor. We've got a lightweight steel space frame chassis.
Meanwhile, the University of Strathclyde, car 75, joins the track. And unfortunately, the guys from Laria are definitely out of the race. Let's give them a big hand for their great efforts with a first-year car. Diepholz is joining the track too now, car 45. Fairly hesitantly at first. Let's see if he can pick up the pace.
In the meantime, guys, I have one of the drivers from Liverpool here. They just finished endurance, and I'm going to talk to the first driver of Liverpool, the cone killer. So I'm just going to ask him some questions. Hello, what's your name?
Hi, my name's Matt, the cone killer.
Well done, you finished, you're actually the first car to finish endurance. How does that make you feel?
First car to finish endurance, well, that's pretty good, isn't it? You know, at least we're first for something. But I mean, it was difficult out there. We've got a car, doesn't handle the best, stuck in third gear. We just had to drive around it and drive it as fast as we could, which is why I collected so many cones. At least I'm coming home with a trophy that I got to keep rolling.
Well done. Next year, you'll be back?
Unfortunately not, I'm graduating this year, so it's my final year, so I have to find someone else to eat up the cones.
All right, so I'm pretty sure you'll give some good instructions to the other drivers. Some of the other guys here, has it been a tough year for you?
It's been a hard-working year. We've had a lot to do and a lot of problems to get around, but it's been worth it in the end. We finished endurance, and that's the main one. We've done it.
Well done, congratulations, guys. Good luck.
Meanwhile, Bangkok has successfully finished their driver change and are ready to rejoin the track.
Out on the track, Diepholz, Toronto, and Strathclyde continue to circulate. I've seen Toronto take out at least one cone. This car from Diepholz is their first time back in the combustion class after competing with an electric car for the past 6 years. And perhaps most impressively, they didn't start the design until in January, so that's 6 months turnaround between design and having a car running, which deserves a round of applause in itself.
And in the meantime, UAS Kempton is desperately trying to restart the engine. You can hear the starter engine turning over, but there's just absolutely no movement in the main engine. and the driver is doing anything he can to restart it. He's being assisted by his team members, but only in a device because they're not allowed to touch anything inside the car.
You know, car 71 from the University of Pittsburgh takes the green flag.
It would be a terrible shame if Kempton were unable to rejoin the action, because they were going very fast so far. But the driver shaking his head.
A lockup from Bangkok into the horseshoe, but he manages to stay on track.
Deepholtz have definitely picked up speed in their second lap. They're quite a bit faster than the first one, and they're now slightly faster than Bangkok too. Trying to get down to the 88 that Glasgow's doing.
Pittsburgh a bit loose through the wing section of the track, takes out a cone. As Toronto completes another lap. It's good to see Pittsburgh back out on track. I know they had some issues with their engine yesterday and spent the majority of the evening elbow deep in engine trying to fix it. So it looks like they were reasonably successful with that. Good to see them back out on track.
In the meantime, another drama in the pits. Car number 88, UAS Kempton, is DNF. They just couldn't restart the engine during the driver change. Very sad for them. They were really quick out there.
They were doing great so far. Please give the guys from Kempton a big hand.
Meanwhile, the University of Strathclyde continues to circulate. It'll be interesting to see how that car deals with this sun and heat. I'm not sure it's been this warm in Scotland all year.
Fastest car out on track right now is Toronto. As Deepholtz just improved by quite a bit. And I'm sure Pittsburgh is looking to improve on their first lap as well.
To give you an update on the queue, we got a number of cars lining up to enter the endurance. The first one to enter later on will be University of Paderborn, car number 58. Then it's UAS Niederrhein, car number 118. It's UAS Weingarten, car number 60. And the Chinese guys from Hunan University, car number 73. Just behind them, it's Warwick University of Coventry, car number 31. And we got car number E14, TU Dresden, just pulling up next to them. So we got quite a lot of cars in the queue, all waiting to enter the endurance and show the audience what they can do.
Yep, it'll be interesting to see Dresden on the track. Of course, we've had about a third of a lap by Vienna, but otherwise this will be hopefully the first electric car to actually finish a lap this track. Let's see how they can hold up compared to the combustion cars.
Looks like Deepholtz is closing in marginally on Bangkok, but not quite enough for the marshals to give Bangkok a blue flag.
Glasgow just set the fastest time today so far with an 84.54. Pittsburgh seem eager to improve on that. As they are about to come around for their third lap. And it's an 83.76, which is a definite improvement about their earlier time, and it's the best time of the day so far.
This car from Pittsburgh is the 27th car they've produced in the team's history, so they've been around for quite a while in the US.
Yep, many of the US teams have been around for quite a bit longer. Of course, the US competition is a lot older than any of the European ones.
They're the Panther racing team from Pittsburgh.
like pretty much every single university in the US, they do of course have some fancy animal. In this case, it's the panther. We have also got Jayhawks and War Eagles on track today. And I'm sure we'll see some beavers at some point.
University of Paderborn, car number 58 takes the green flag.
As the University of Toronto enters the pit for their driver change. Drives out of the car very fast.
Well, he didn't even need to take out the steering wheel at all. He just jumped out. Tells you what kind of space he has in the car, which is good in ergonomics wise, and also for getting out of the car, obviously.
Yep, it's a very compact car, but it looks like the cockpit is actually pretty spacious. Meanwhile, Glasgow has just set the fastest time today at 83.08. Looks like times are dropping fast.
Looks like Pitt is going to overtake Paderborn in their first lap, and Strathclyde sneaks by too.
Now Strathclyde is hoping to get past Pittsburgh as well, so let's see if they'll be shown a blue flag. It certainly does look like they're faster at this point. Yep, and they're unleashed just before their next lap begins, and that means they're free to set a new best lap next time, I guess. Let's see if they can do it. Pittsburgh with a spectacular power slide out of the Cone-Killer chicane, as Paderborn tries to sort of keep up with the other two.
Strathclyde driving quite quickly with a baby on board, according to the rear wing. It looks like a baby Stig.
Meanwhile, Diepholz trying to get away from Bangkok, but they're managing to keep pretty close to that car. The sound of that Bangkok car is pretty distinct, and I'm sure the Diepholz driver can hear it too. They seem to be pretty evenly matched, but yes, Diepholz is now going to be shown a blue flag, so Bangkok will get the opportunity to pass them. Let's see how Strathclyde have done in their most recent lap. Yes, it's a new best time by a significant margin. It's an 81.09. We might actually see some 70s time sometime soon.
This is their last lap now before they come in for their driver change.
Well, one less time to see if he can get below those 80 seconds. As Toronto has successfully fired up their engine, and they are ready to rejoin the action. Oh, Toronto stalls at the starting line. Yep, they got it running in time to get out before Bangkok passes the start line. They stalled again. Yes, they are actually on their way now. Bangkok is sounding louder and louder and actually being shown the meatball flag now. So probably the scrutineers are going to want to have a take a look at that car.
Diephold's been shown the last lap before they come in for their pit stop. And Strathclyde's coming the last few corners before they go in for their driver change.
Bangkok has been told to shut down the engine in the pits.
Yes, Thijs, I can see very clearly they lost one piece of the exhaust. That's why it was making this sound. And that's unfortunately a DNF for Bangkok, car number 98. They lost a piece of the exhaust. It means that you don't meet the technical requirements anymore. So that's very unfortunate for them. They made a long trip all the way here, and they have a DNF at the moment, which is very sad for them.
It's like Toronto is having some more issues with their car going slowly, but they've got going again.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for the Bangkok guys. They were driving very decent lap times so far. Please give the guys from Bangkok a big hand. Toronto do seem to be struggling on track a bit. Of course, they have finished their driver change, so that is actually very important. Dropping out of the endurance is never fun, but if you do it after your driver change, if you successfully manage to start your car in driver change, you will at least qualify for efficiency points, which is very important. You can get up to 100 points for that. As Diepholz is being shown the checkered flag, and they come in for their driver change. As car 118, UAS Niederrhein, is about to be shown the green flag after pits has passed the start line while they clip a cone.
This will be Pittsburgh's last lap before they come in for their mandatory pit stop. Literally a pit stop.
Niederrhein had to wait a bit longer because the cone had to be replaced by one of the marshals. So after Paderborn is passed, they will be allowed on the track. There they go.
And we have quite a bit of action in the driver change area. We have UAS Diepholz and University of Strathclyde in the pit. Strathclyde has the second driver in the car already, and they just restarted the engine, and they will be rejoining the endurance.
As Strathclyde is about to rejoin the action, Pittsburgh gets called into the pits for their driver change. We were talking to them earlier, and they have one of the most American features I've seen on any of the cars so far. Many cars have 3D printed intakes these days, but they took the effort to actually chrome plate it, so theirs is actually very nice and shiny.
The only thing I can say about that, Tice, is yeehaw!
Austin, being an American, would of course know what that is like.
Going to be yellow flags on the back section of the course for a car stopped on track, I believe. It's like it's potentially Toronto, but unfortunately it's behind the timing screen from our vantage point.
Yes, it is car number 39, Toronto. I hear it on the radio, guys, and it looks like they have some difficulties with the car, and they are just being pushed away, as you can see just now out of the blind spot. That's never a good item.
Yep, they're being pushed off the track. Looks like a DNF for them.
Yep, the driver is getting out of the car. Let's give Toronto a big round of applause, everyone. Great job, managed to restart. We'll be in the running for the efficiency standings.
Car 45 is standing by, but they're waiting for the yellow flags to be gone before they'll be allowed to re-enter the track. They're already on their way, actually. And the yellow flags are gone. All drivers are free to go as they want.
The University of Niederrhein crosses the finish line once again. This is the 4th car from the team. It's powered by a single-cylinder KTM 500 EXC engine. Pittsburgh manages to get restarted after their driver change. Awaiting the green flag from the marshal before they get back on track for the second half of endurance.
The Strathclyde driver now unleashed again after the yellow flags have gone away. Their previous driver was very quick, and they set the fastest time of the day so far. Let's see if this driver is even faster. Looks like he's very eager to show what he can do. Meanwhile, the Pittsburgh driver is in pursuit.
It's like Paderborn getting past Diepholz in one of the passing areas, but then takes out a few cones as he approaches the start-finish line.
And Niederrhein taking out one cone of their own too.
Just to remind everybody that we have only one car finishing endurance so far, which was the University of Liverpool. And there has been quite a carnage over here, Thijs. Do you have any statistics on how many cars would have been finished if we follow, let's say, last couple of years as percentages?
I'll look into that for a bit.
Driver from Paderborn being shown the last lap board before he has to come in for the driver change.
Well, I'm just listening to the cars driving by, Austin, and it seems to me that Pittsburgh is stuck in one gear because I don't hear him shift at all. So maybe we can keep a close eye on Pittsburgh for now and see whether I'm right. But it did sound a bit strange.
I did notice they were revving significantly higher than some of the other cars in certain parts of the track, so they may have something to do with it. I'll keep a closer ear on it and get back to you, Mickey. Strathclyde quickly approaching the back of Weingarten. Luckily, there's only one more turn before they get to a passing area. Hopefully the marshals will get the blue flag out, and they haven't. Glasgow is still struck behind Weingarten.
Wow, Strathclyde actually being shown the black flag to be pulled into the pits area. They are driving dangerously close to Weingarten. Strathclyde, however, ignored the black flag, probably because the driver was driving so close to the car in front that he didn't even see it. Marshals are not happy with that. Let's see what they do next. As Paderborn gets called into the pits. Let's see if they get through their driver change cleanly.
Having listened to Pittsburgh as they've gone past our area again, Mickey, I think they are stuck in one gear. I guess if you have to be stuck in a gear, they seem to be stuck in a good one. They still have the torque to get through the slow corners and don't seem to be over-revving the engine too much going down the straights. And the University of Strathclyde driver has seen the black flag this lap. He's into the driver change area. Probably going to get a good talking to by the marshals.
Yes, and Rainer Gutke, one of the officials, just had a chat with the driver from Strathclyde. It seems that in a certain part of the track, the car is touching the ground with the wings. That's really not allowed. There are some places where there are big bumps on the track where you are allowed to touch the ground. But he was touching the ground in a sector that it's not allowed, so he got a couple of instructions from Rainer to slow down in that area, because otherwise he will be pulled off and will be disqualified if he does that too often.
Strathclyde has now been shown the green flag to rejoin the rest of his second stint. He was struggling a bit to get the car running at the starting line, but he's off now.
Yeah, and just to remind you that this time, if you get a black flag or a meatball or whatever kind of black flag, then it will be added to your time. So it is in your own time, these kind of penalty talks, and it's actually a penalty for you. That there's something wrong with the car, or maybe the driver is being too aggressive or whatever. So it is a sort of a penalty, the time that you spend into the pits, and it will be added to the time.
Pittsburgh continuing to circulate around the track despite seemingly only having one gear. And Diepholz crosses the start-finish line once again as well. Followed closely by UAS Niederrhein.
And as Paderborn is about to get the green flag after Weingarten has gone past to rejoin after its driver change, let me get back to some of these statistics on previous endurances, Mickey. Last year, 25 cars in the electric class started the endurance, 12 of whom did not finish, so slightly less than half. 13 did manage to finish the entire endurance. In the combustion class, 58 cars attempted to finish an endurance. 27 of those did not finish. So the other 31 did, again slightly less than half for the DNFs. So far, of course, we've seen a much higher percentage, but I think it's safe to say that that there's a correlation between the cars that are a bit slower and perhaps also a bit less reliable that are on track right now. Of course, this is still the section of the day where the slower cars are running.
Well, you were talking, Thijs, the US Niederrhein had an issue getting through the wings section, took out a few cones, and they did drag a cone along with them in their side pod for maybe about 30 meters before it was dislodged itself. Hopefully that's not caused any sort of impact on the cooling of the car.
Meanwhile, the driver from Glasgow is still trying to better the time of the previous driver. He's getting pretty close by now, about 0.4 of a second off. He still has a few laps left, 2 laps actually, to try and better that time.
He's also got to be careful about the wings touching the ground again, especially after the black flag he's already gotten, so we may not see them improve their time. He may be more concerned about just getting the car to the finish at this point. One issue for Diepholz through the wing section, it looks like they've got going again.
They will be going to hold up Strathclyde for quite a bit though, because the next blue lane is quite far away.
And Strathclyde still manages to take out a cone despite being stuck behind Deepholtz.
Yep, Deepholtz being shown the blue flag now, as Niederrhein comes in for their driver change.
And Strathclyde gets by Deepholtz.
And they are in their final lap of the endurance with a beautiful power slide from the cone killer chicane.
Maybe now the driver is pushing. Now that if he does get the black flag, he'll be finished endurance run by then. US Weingarten now making their way back to the start-finish line once again. This car is called the Stinger 15 and is powered by a 4-cylinder Honda CBR 600RR engine.
The next car on track will be from Hunan, car 73, the Chinese combustion car. As we've seen yesterday, there is of course another Chinese team. They are from Beijing, the electric team. We can also see that Pittsburgh is holding up Strathclyde for a bit now. Pittsburgh's being shown the blue flag, as Strathclyde is about to. As Strathclyde is being shown the checkered flag, and they have finished endurance successfully. So give the guys from Strathclyde a big applause for being the second car to finish the endurance. That means that all the cars that have finished endurance so far are actually British.
The failed Scottish referendum vote has made that statistic possible.
As Hunan come around for their first lap. And it's an 85.97. Let's see how close to 80 they can get.
Warwick University from Coventry takes the green flag for their endurance run.
Let's see if they can become the third British team to finish.
Pittsburgh now beginning their last lap.
With that time for their first lap, Hunan is now actually already the fastest car on track.
And Deepholtz has finished their endurance run. Big round of applause for Deepholtz, who become the third car to finish the endurance. As Niederrhein take restarts after their driver change.
Two next cars queuing up to join the endurance, or actually two electric cars. As mentioned earlier, Dresden is going to join in a bit. And the car just mentioned from Beijing, the electric car from China.
Pittsburgh takes the checkered flag and finishes their endurance. Very big congratulations to Pittsburgh. And they worked very hard to repair their engine. It was running on 3 cylinders during autocross yesterday. Managed to get that sorted to finish endurance. Very well done, Pittsburgh.
As Hunan has significantly improved on their first time. They did it in an 82.66. Now, it'll be interesting to see what the other Chinese car can do, not just because it is Chinese, but because it is electric. And yesterday, the electric car E66, was actually a full second faster almost than the combustion car from Hunan. However, of course, in endurance, the difference in pace may well be a bit different, and perhaps even the other way around, because electric cars will have to take care not to drain their battery. That is, of course, not such a big concern for Hunan, who have a gasoline engine.
The car from Hunan is actually the car that won Formula Student China last year in 2014, so they've got a very competitive package, as you can see. This is the 8th car the team has produced.
Yes, and it's a very quick lap time from Hunan as well. It's 81.9. A couple of laps, I think we might see a new best lap time for the combustion cars. So let's see what happens in the next laps.
As Dresden come around in 85.79 on their first lap. It's interesting to see the very significant lap time difference between Coventry and Dresden. Yesterday in the autocross, they were actually almost similarly paced. But now Dresden already has a 12-second advantage in their very first lap, so I'm sure they can do better than that. Coventry going a bit quicker, under 94 seconds now. As Dresden improves significantly again, with an 81.91. They're getting pretty close to Strathclyde's lap from earlier, which is still the fastest lap so far. Of course, that still makes them the fastest electric car of the day until now.
Dresden's got 2 rear wheel mounted electric motors, 24 kilowatts each, and each drives one of the rear wheels, and a carbon fiber monocoque chassis.
Hunan went faster again too. As Paderborn is about to be shown the blue flag, and Dresden is going to power by. Dresden will have been hurt by being stuck behind Paderborn for a bit. So I guess we'll have to wait till the next lap to see how far they can go and if they can get beneath that 81-second barrier.
Paderborn appearing to come past us quite slowly. Car still has power. Not sure what the issue is.
They are pretty close to the end of their endurance, so let's hope they can keep it running for 2 more laps. Oh, it looks like Dresden has slowed down, and they've actually stopped next to the track. Oh, and as Hunan passes Paderborn, Dresden looks to re-enter the track, and they're getting green flag to do that now. It looks like there's a suspension problem with the E14 car from Dresden.
Yes, it looks like rear suspension failure, Thijs. It's being called on the radio, and
yeah, they're being taken out of the endurance. It looks like the tie rod of their left rear wheel is broken. Unfortunately, that's that for them. Give the guys from Dresden a big round of applause. They were driving very fast up to now.
I gotta say, I really do like the livery they've got in the car this year. It's very simple and elegant, but I really do like it.
Yep, I like the matching wheels with the orange stripes. Meanwhile, Weingarten is hunting down the car from Niederrhein. They've not been shown a blue flag. I'm sure they'll get one in the next overtaking lane, though.
Warwick University sets their fastest time of the day so far with a time of 88.72 seconds. And Hunan University also sets their fastest time with a time of 81.24 seconds. I believe this is the last lap they'll have before they come in for their driver change. And Paderborn has taken the checkered flag to finish endurance. Everybody give them a big round of applause. Become the 5th team to finish the endurance event.
I'm sure the non-driver was hoping to better his time in the last lap. Unfortunately, that will not happen as he has seen some yellow flags in the rear section of the track. But he will still come in for the driver change soon. Let's see if the next driver for Hunan can do even better. And they might even get close to Strathclyde's time. Right now, they're only split by 0.15 of a second.
It's like the yellow flags were caused by the Niederrhein car, but it's back moving again. I'm not sure what the issue was.
Yep, it's not going very fast, though. Let's hope they can keep it running. As the checkered flag is about to be shown to guys from Hunan. Let's hope their driver change goes all right.
The Niederrhein car does not sound very healthy at all. Sounds more like a tractor than a race car at this point.
Yes, it's Thijs, Austin. I've got a word. I just watched the car number 118. It looks like they have a loose rear shaft. At least the differential seems to be loose and just touching the one of the scatter shields. And that's why it makes such a funny noise. Every time the driver is throttling, then the differential goes up and it touches the scatter shield. I do believe they will get a a meatball pretty soon, because that's something that potentially is dangerous.
Looks like they've stopped on track where they stopped the first time that caused the yellow flags a lap ago. Marshals are running to the car now.
Yellow flags waving. Even if they do get it running again, the guys from car 118, I'm sure the marshals will want to have a look at that.
Yes, we could see the differential move up and down on the straights, and that's never a good situation when it's loose and it can come off at any time and go flying. That's really something we should prevent, and let's hope that the marshals take a good look at the car and see whether they can do something about that situation.
Looks like the driver is still in the car.
Warwick University now making its way around the last few corners before they come into the pits for their driver change.
It appears that the car 118 from Niederrhein actually has a serious problem with their drivetrain, and they've been taken out of the race. It's unfortunately a DNF for them, but please give them a big round of applause. They were doing pretty well so far.
Weingarten's actually just caught a cone with their front wing and launched it into another cone and dislodged that cone from its position as well. Never seen that happen before.
Well, yes, the rules say that only counts as one cone, Austin. So the driver doesn't have to be worried that he's playing dominoes with cones.
That was some precise launching, though, I'd say.
Well, while they were doing that, on their previous laps, actually, they did manage to break the 80-second barrier by setting a 79.96. So Weingarten is now officially the fastest car out of the track. Let's see if they can improve even further.
Hunan University's just set off after their driver change for their second half of the endurance run.
The Weingarten driver has 3 more laps to show what he can do, as car E53 joins the track, which is the UAS Kiel. They have very remote control kind of car sound, so you can't miss them. As Weingarten takes out another cone at the horseshoe. The Hunan car is still looking for pace. His first lap at 89.87 was pretty far off what his previous driver did. I'm sure his second drive will be faster. Unfortunately, the driver change over at Warwick University has not gone well, and they are out of the race. It's DNF for Coventry University. Please give them a big round of applause too.
Meanwhile, the team from Moscow, Bauman Racing, has taken the green flag and starts off with a bit of flair going sideways through the cone killer chicane.
Yes, and the University of Warwick had an oil leak from the engine, sadly, so that puts them out of the endurance.
The car from Moscow that's just taken the track has a supercharged Yamaha YZF R6 engine. Sounds quite good if you ask me.
Talking about sounding good, the Kiel car comes around for the first time at a 105.45. Not particularly impressive yet, but I'm sure they can do better in their second run.
And the Hunan driver looks like he's entered a Formula Drift event going through the wing section of the course almost completely sideways.
Yep, he's getting the hang of it.
University of Thessaly, car number 57 takes the green flag.
The supercharged Moscow car sounding exactly the same as it did yesterday in autocross. Driving pretty aggressively. Not sure what his input is, but the output is definitely pretty binary. US Stralsund, car 81, is now lining up to join the action. As we see Weingarten being pulled in.
And Weingarten's finished the endurance event. Everybody give Weingarten a big round of applause. Congratulations to them. It's like Hunan University is closing in on the University of Thessaly. Let's see if, oh, and they've got the blue flag, so Hunan University should be able to get by in the next overtaking area. And they do.
Unfortunately, the UAS Kiel car E53, appears to be having drivetrain problems. They're being pushed off the track now.
Moscow appearing to be going quite slowly through the second half of the course now. Not sure if it's just some more issues with throttle input or if there's a larger problem they're having.
Yes, and UAS Kiel has a broken axle. It's being called on the radio, so that's the reason for them being pushed off the track.
The name of the Moscow car is the Iguana G8. It is squirming a bit about the track, a bit like a lizard, I think.
Hunan driver still sliding around.
Yellow flags, the back portion of the course for the Kiel car that stopped on track.
Yes, just to remind everybody, during the yellow flag sectors of the track.
Whoa, and Hunan with a spin coming through the final turn. They've got a cone right under the front wing. Looks like he's trying to dislodge it, and he has as he goes through cone killer chicane. Sorry to interrupt you, Mickey.
No problem. I was just explaining the yellow flag situation. Whenever a yellow flag is shown to the drivers, they must slow down and they have to actually show that they are in control of the car. Absolutely no top speeds and no aggressive driving. If you do drive aggressively during a yellow flag situation, you will be pulled in for a friendly chat, and the second time you are disqualified.
Yellow flag still being waved at the back portion of the track. I'm sure the Hunan driver will be bummed out about this little adventure over here because he was on his way to overtake the Stralsund car, or at least come up to him pretty close. He's still driving quite a bit quicker, so that is still something we might see in one of the next laps. And the track is clear again, which means that the Moscow car can go for it in that after section. Stralsund driver is still looking for the balance in his car as he goes through the slingshot. And he finishes his second lap in a 89.75.
It's actually the 16th car that Stralsund has produced. It's called the TY 2015.
Car number 55 from UAS Gießen is looking to join the track. And they are being shown, no, not yet. Yes, they're being shown the green flag. puts his visor down, and he's out. Hunan still trying to hunt down the Stralsund car, but Stralsund appears to be finding some more pace. Their second lap was significantly quicker, and they appear to be picking up speed as they touch a cone in the slalom.
Well, in the meantime, guys, we hear a lot of four-cylinder engines in these cars, but we also hear sometimes the lawnmower engines running around in these cars. What's the big difference actually between these single-cylinder and four-cylinder engines, Thijs?
Well, of course, a single cylinder. Pretty much in all the single cylinders that are being used in Formula Student, they're quite a bit smaller than the four-cylinder engines. So what it does primarily is allow the teams to build a smaller, more compact, lighter car, potentially at least. They also give you a bit less power, which is one of the main reasons that four-cylinder engine cars choose that option. There are differences in torque delivery as well, where the single-cylinder engines are known to have a lot more low RPM torque. There are some teams that make use of that. One of the teams that unfortunately could not make it this year is ETS from Montreal. They've been driving an 450cc single-cylinder engine for years. This year they made it a little bit bigger. It's still a single-cylinder. It's 500cc, I think. But they opted, quite unconventionally, to throw out the entire gearbox. They have so much torque throughout the entire range they can do with just one gear. That is something that you would not be able to do with a four-cylinder engine. Although you can, of course, wonder how easy it is to do that with a single cylinder, because unfortunately they could not be here due to too many blown engines. One of the other important differences, of course, is in fuel usage. What we often see is that single cylinder engines are much more economical, which is one of the reasons that the efficiency event is often won by a single cylinder, although that does not necessarily need to be the case.
Meanwhile, Baumann Racing is just taking out a few cones. Hunan University being shown the last lap board, about to start their last lap of the endurance run. Well, with the University of Thessaly, with an off track, got a cone stuck in the front suspension, back on through the horseshoe. But I think they're still dragging that cone along with them. Hopefully that doesn't affect their performance too much. University of Thessaly racing team is actually the Centaurus racing team, and they name all of their cars after centaurs. This car is called Necessar. Necessar was the centaur that defeated Hercules. Perhaps the name of that cone was Hercules.
Just get back to those engines again. I actually have some statistics here. Out of all the combustion teams present at Formula Student Germany this year, there are 25 out of 73 teams that have a single-cylinder engine. 43 have a four-cylinder engine. There is, of course, the third option, which is to have only two cylinders. There's 5 teams this year that have that. Some of them actually have very pretty, very nice packaging solutions for that. For example, there is the car from Erlangen that have their crankshaft mounted longitudinally. The very smallest engine of this competition, I believe, is the 373 KTM single-cylinder engine from the Indian team from Chennai.
And Hunan's been given the checkered flag, and they finished the endurance event. Big congratulations to the Chinese team from Hunan. They've come all this way, and their efforts have been rewarded.
Yep, and it was a very impressive drive. They've hunted down quite a few cars.
Forsheim still circulating. They're now on their third lap.
Meanwhile, the Gießen driver is still familiarizing himself with the track as he's gone faster again with an 83.68.
And Poznan University has taken the green flag for endurance.
Just to give you a little update about the queue, we got car number 127 on Schweinfurt standing in line to join the endurance. Just behind them, it's University of Siegen. It's an E-car, 104. And behind those guys is University of Auburn, car number 27. And we have another electric car just behind them. It's UAS Ostfalia, car number E35.
Thank you, Mickey. Getting back to the car from Baumann Racing, the team from Moscow. As they lock up going into the final corner, they're getting the last lap board, but it does look like they are suffering some severe throttle control issues. Very sensibly, the driver is taking it easy to some of the tighter sections of the course. So their lap times may not reflect the true performance that the car can achieve if everything is working properly.
And the Forsheim car driving through the tire smoke that the Moscow car left with an 87.46 in their third lap. Driver from Tesla being shown the last lap board.
As Poznan completes their first lap.
Blue flags are being shown in the rear section as Tesla is being overtaken. Stralsund driver also on his last lap. As the Gießen driver is closing in fast on the Forsheim car.
Moscow now getting the checkered flag to make their driver change.
Driver elected to brake early as he didn't actually exit the track yet. And the Forsheim car was right behind him, but it all went well. Let's see how their driver change goes. As the Greek car is about to come in for its driver change. And sure enough, Forsheim is now being overtaken by Gießen.
And Stralsund takes out a cone going through the slingshot. So they slingshot that cone into the overtaking area.
And they're in driver change as well. So it's pretty busy now in the driver change area. There's three cars lined up.
Yes, we've got car number 81 from Stralsund, car number 57 from Thessaly, and car number 22 from Moscow, all in for the driver change. So there's quite some action in the driver change area. I'll keep you updated about the situation here.
Car 55 immediately pulling a big gap from car 79.
And some cones. Oh, Poznan's taken out 3 cones in the past few corners. Number 23 car. Still going strong though. There's a yellow flag on course. Looks like they're attending to a car on the north side of the track. I see the Gießen car and the Poznan car moving.
Yeah, the Pforzheim car appears to have stalled. Yellow flags are in again, and the cars are freely run. I'm not sure what happened to the Pforzheim car. As the Gießen driver has one last chance to show what he's got. He actually improved on that last lap, even though he was shown yellow flags, but he starts by taking out 2 cones.
Yes, and we have car number 22 from Moscow. They just restarted the engine and they're pulling up to the flag, so they will be on the track very soon.
There's new yellow flags waving now at the last chain section.
As Moscow takes the track as they restart endurance.
And the Gießen car comes in for its driver change. As the University of Tesla is about to re-enter the track after a successful driver change. It's now confirmed that the Pforzheim car has been retired, unfortunately. Please give them a big round of applause as well.
Poznan taking out the cone as they exit the horseshoe.
Moscow appearing to really struggle with the power delivery now.
Their second driver is probably still getting used to the characteristics of the engine now. Clearly not running as it should be.
Yeah, whenever he does have a tiny piece of clear track, straight track necessarily actually, the car actually looks pretty good, it sounds pretty good, but as soon as he's going through corners, which unfortunately Formula Student track consists almost entirely of, it's just shaking and not actually going all that fast.
And unfortunately, guys, car number 81 from Stralsund failed to restart the car during driver change, so they are out of the endurance. It's very sad for them. The oldest team in Germany, Formula Student team, and very nice team, always helping other teams out, and it's very sad for them. But that's a DNF for Stralsund.
Russia Thessaly completes another lap of endurance as Poznan makes their way through the horseshoe.
And we have UAS Gießen, car number 55. Driver change went well, so they're ready to rejoin the endurance in a couple of moments.
Car number E104 from Siegen has taken the green flag. It snuck right past us, being an electric car, not making very much sound whatsoever. And Gießen back on track again.
Meanwhile, the car from KU Leuven is about to prepare to enter the track. I mentioned a while ago that the electric car from Beijing was about to join. They were at the front of the queue at that time. They have, however, missed their spot in the endurance order. They're not the first team to do that, not the only team. The rule for those situations is that if a team does not manage to show up at the designated time, they will get a chance to run again at the end of this session. So that means before lunch, if there is enough time. They will, however, receive, I believe, a 120-second penalty for missing their slot. Moscow now being shown the blue flag.
And Unisigen gets past Moscow. Being very quick in their electric car. Poznan now making their way into the pits for their driver change.
It would appear that the Moscow cars mostly just fast in a straight line. Their acceleration time does not really reflect that. They clocked a 4.51 yesterday. But it appears that the aggressive power delivery of that engine, and perhaps mostly the supercharger, is cause for the driver to be very careful with the throttle pedal. He is managing pretty well so far in terms of not taking out too many cones.
Just as you said that ties, it looks as if Moscow is taking out a cone. Curse of the commentator right there.
I can see the tractive system active light flashing for the Leuven car. So it looks like they're about to enter the track. As Poznan is being checked by the scrutineers in the driver area, in the driver change area.
Yeah, there are some concerns about the clearance of the suspension parts and the wheels. So the scrutineers are taking a good look at it, just making sure that there's no dangerous situation. But they look calm. I think they have noticed something on the wheel, but nothing major. So I think they seem calm. So they will let the car go out.
University of Siegen with their fastest lap time at the time of 85.2 on their 4th lap. With the exception of Moscow, the 3 other cars on circuit appear to be running very similar lap times, all in the 85 to 87 second range.
Siegen actually being the fastest electric car on track so far. It'll be interesting to see if Leuven can improve on that. But first, the Polish car will be allowed to rejoin the track. And they've been given the green flag.
The last lap times for all the cars are now even closer, everybody within a second. As I say that, Gießen has a much quicker lap than their few previous laps with an 83.18.
The Volos car is going quicker and quicker as they improve their best time while they enter the last lap. Moscow too will be on their last lap after the next time they cross the finish line. So it appears we might have 2 additional endurance finishers pretty soon.
Oh, and a spin for the Polish team from Poznan as they just about to enter the wing section of the track. It's an off course.
And yellow flags were being shown.
University of Thessaly manages to squeeze by on their last lap.
But Poznan will receive a 20-second penalty for that. 22 actually, as they also clipped the cone.
Moscow begins their last lap. I think they actually clipped 2 cones, but one managed to stay in the box, potentially. The official going to slightly reposition it now. And some other cones being replaced. I'm not sure which one of the 3 cars that have just gone through the horseshoe section have hit them. But the Greek University of Thessaly has finished endurance. Everybody give them a big round of applause. It looks like their main cheering section is on top of the Continental truck at the north end of the track. Appear to be dancing in jubilation.
Congratulations, guys. Of course, the rules for what kind of penalty you receive for an off-course are, of course, a bit different than they were yesterday with the autocross. If you do get your car off-course in an autocross lap, you will get a DNF for that entire lap. If you do the same thing in endurance, you will receive a 20-second penalty.
And Auburn University takes the green flag.
There is a way, however, to stay away from that 20-second penalty, and that is to turn around and re-enter the track before you left it. Although that will, of course, cost you quite some extra time as well. But it will be significantly less than 20 seconds for sure. We see the Moscow driver struggling a bit with the car, but he's very close to home. He's only got 2 corners left as he's going into the final straight. That's the part the car is good at. And it looks like he's going to make it. And he's seeing the checkered flag right now. Giving him a big round of applause, the guys from Moscow.
Siegen University being shown the last lap board before they have to come in for their driver change. Poznan crosses the finish line as well once more. Bit of a lockup for Gießen into the final turn, and they're being shown the last lap board as well. For Gießen, it will be the last lap of endurance.
As UAS Ostfalia, car E35 join the track. Let's see if they can stay ahead of the Auburn car.
The War Eagle Motorsports team from Auburn University. It's powered by a 4-cylinder Yamaha R6.
Like the car from Portugal earlier, they are one of the cars that actually have electronic throttle control. These do seem to be a bit more popular over in the United States. Actually, a fair amount of teams that are here from the United States have that system, even though there's only about 2 or 3 European teams that have them. Most of the teams that I talk to that have that reckon that they can do quite a bit better in skid pad because of it. But I have to say that I looked at the skid pad all day on Friday, and I didn't find those cars particularly fast. Most of them still struggling to get the power down properly.
And Gießen finishes the endurance run. Congratulations to car number 55 from Gießen. Meanwhile, car E104 from Siegen is now in the pits for their driver change.
Siegen putting in a great performance. They were consistently one of the fastest cars on track.
And Auburn getting past Australia in the passing zone.
As car number 42 from US Darmstadt is about to enter the track. They have a pretty unique drivetrain concept in that they're actually running a belt drive instead of a chain for their final drive. I believe they're also one of the teams that switched to 10-inch tires this year, as compared to 13-inch tires that they used in previous years.
Auburn with their fastest time of the day with an 86.27 on their fourth lap. Car E35 from Wolfenbüttel with a time of 87.79 is also their fastest lap on their third lap of the day.
Yep, and while car E35 perhaps looked a bit slow on the first lap, they're actually managing remarkably well to keep up with Auburn so far. Meanwhile, US Darmstadt finishes their first lap with a 93.31. And car 120 from the French team of ISAT is about to enter the track, as they're being given the green flag, and they're on track.
Poznan now posting very consistent lap times. They're on their 16th lap now. Their previous two laps have been within 0.05 of a second with one another, which is quite impressive on a track this length. And the French team from Nevers, ISAT, takes the green flag, car number 120. Keep an eye out for the ISAT team. Yesterday during autocross, whatever suspension settings they had, one of the outside front wheel would always lift around the turns, and it was quite impressive, at times being 3 or 4 inches off the ground. See if they've got that issue sorted on this run.
I believe it was the inside wheel even, but yeah, let's see how it goes today. As the University of Siegen has re-entered the track after a successful driver change.
Yes, you're correct. It would be perhaps even more impressive if they could get their outside wheel to lift like that too.
Yep, I believe I could see the French car lift the wheel by a good 5 centimeters as it passed by. They're chased by Auburn right now. I believe this is actually Auburn's first visit to Formula Student Germany. Meanwhile, they have now extended their lead to Ostfalia significantly. And Uni Siegen is in pursuit of that car. The Poznan drivers being shown the last lap board, as they are about to finish their endurance in a bit. It's been a while since we've seen any cars that were able to get close to the 80-second mark. Auburn is trying to get down there. ISAT has actually matched their time just now. As Auburn improves by another 0.2 of a second.
Just to give you a heads up, we got car number E69 from Augsburg about to join the track. It's an electric car, so you might miss it, guys up there, so that's why I'm giving you a heads up.
Thank you, Vicky. Here's if car number 42 from Darmstadt has slowed on the front straight. He's come to a stop just after the cone killer chicane. The engine's turned off.
He's right in the middle of the track. Yellow flags are waving. Luckily, Poznan will not have to deal with that as they finish their endurance.
Congratulations to Poznan. Very good finish for them.
Darmstadt car now being pushed off the track.
Fortunately, it stopped in the overtaking area, so any cars that need to get by can use the overtaking area to do so.
If there are no marshals in the way, that is.
There's some singing and dancing down here in the Polish pit. Clearly quite happy.
As Isat has been shown the blue flag and Auburn overtakes them. Meanwhile, yellow flags are still waving in this area with the Darmstadt car just off the track. It appears they're trying to restart their engine. They may yet be able to keep it running again. With everything that's going on right here, car E69 from Augsburg will have to wait for a bit. I'm sure as soon as green flags are running again, waving again, they can go out. The guys from Darmstadt are being given some time to try and restart their engine. Of course, if this takes too long, they will receive a DNF.
Unfortunately, that has already happened, Thijs. They got 1 minute to restart the car, but after that, it's a DNF. They are just instructing the driver to get it out of the car, and sadly, it's a DNF.
Yep, the driver's out of the car, and the car's being pushed away now.
It's very quiet as both electric cars pass at the same time. Ostfalia just in front of Siegen. Coincidentally, both running very similar lap times. I can't tell if they're holding each other up or if it's a naturally similar lap time.
Ostfalia now being shown a blue flag. As car 104 takes the opportunity to overtake, and University of Auburn is in for the driver change.
Very clean first run for War Eagle Motorsports.
As E69 Augsburg get the green flag. Driving onto the track very carefully, very silently too.
We've now just got 3 electric cars on track. The first time there are no combustion cars running. Oh. Perhaps that was a bit of misinformation. Combustion car running on the far side of the track that I didn't quite see.
The Augsburg car actually won the Opel Style Award on the Friday night award ceremony. I believe that actually won them a small team car from Opel. So have a look out for their livery and overall design of their bodywork. as Augsburg is about to be overtaken for the first time. And the car from E35, Ostfalia, is about to enter the pit area for its first driver change. And its only driver change, actually.
And it looks like that car number E35, UAS Ostfalia, doesn't have a tractor system active light flashing while he was driving. So they will have to look at that after the driver change, because he was running around probably in two laps not having any light on, which is a mandatory item for electric cars.
Well, there's no doubt we're having combustion cars on the track right now as TU Berlin enters the track. Car 103.
Yes. Yesterday they had quite spectacular backfires in the acceleration autocross events. It sounds like they're still having those backfires. Not necessarily a problem, just sounds very spectacular. You certainly know they're on track. It looks like Berlin is stopped just before the slalom on their first lap. Looks like they're pushing off to the side of the track. We'll give them a minute to try and get restarted.
As Isad is being shown yellow flags because of that situation.
This is the 10th car in the history of TU Berlin's team. It's named the FT 2015. And by the way, everybody's invited for a round of table soccer at the TU Berlin's campground this evening after the Male party. And Auburn back on track after their driver change.
And Unizigen car E104 is being shown the last lap board. Unfortunately, the TU Berlin car has now received a DNF. Their time has passed to try and get the car restarted.
And unfortunately, car number E35, UAS Ostfalia, is not allowed to re-enter the track because of the tractive system active light, which is not working. As we told earlier, it needs to be working for any moving car or the electric cars anyway. So unfortunately for them, they're not allowed to re-enter, and they have just received the DNF.
Thanks, Mickey. Next about to take the green flag, we've got the University of Akron, the Akron Zips from the United States. You'll notice in their car, they've got a biplane front wing. It's one of two cars with a dual section front wing. Use different terminology. I'm sure you'll hear the other one later. But this is the biplane front wing on Akron's car.
Yep, the guys from Akron are entangled in a bit of a competition about how to call what the accurate terminology is for such a device with the team from Canada, from London.
In the meantime, we have University of Siegen finishing endurance.
Congratulations to car number E104 from Siegen for finishing. We also got ISAT from Nevers in the pits.
probably mean Nevers.
Yes, fair point, Thijs. Thank you. Car number from E69 from Augsburg has an interesting nickname. It's called Cedar, after a character of the Augsburg Puppenkist.
Yep, car E69 is humming around pretty contentedly still. They just improved their best lap with an 87.4. Let's see if this one's even faster. They're very close. It's an 87.8. With that, they are one of the fastest cars on track right now. Of course, Akron still has to do their first lap, and it's an 84.25.
Akron managed to carry a cone around with them for the entire autocross lap yesterday, which was quite impressive. Covered the cone afterwards and it looked a little bit worse for wear, but not quite as bad as some of the other cones we've seen since then.
Meanwhile, car E6 from Osnabrück has started. We can clearly hear the fans of the car E6 in the stands in the North Curve as they pass by for the first time.
The Akron driver really pushing. He sets a new fastest lap of the day with a 79.24 second lap. It's a very impressive lap for Akron. Let's see if they can keep up the pace with that.
The team from Osnabrück actually have a pretty funny nickname. Back in the day when they were still petrol heads, they chose to call themselves Ignition Racing Team, and they even have a spark plug as a logo. They made the switch to electric cars a while ago, but they elected to hold on to that name. So now we have an electric car that is carrying a spark plug as a mascot, and it's called Ignition Racing Team. They seem quite pleased with it as they cheer the car on as it passes them by for the second time. Augsburg is being overtaken. They will be overtaken in a bit by Akron.
I think that Osnabrück have somewhat compensated for their spark plug logo with their PCB printed circuit board livery on the side of their car. It's similar in concept to one we saw from Delft several years ago.
As Akron powers past Augsburg, and we are about to see a new car on track. The second car from Poland, TU Wrocław, car 110. We'll have to wait for a clean piece of stretch of track. But presumably after the Osnabrück car is passed, he will get to go. Osnabrück actually significantly improving their lap time, and 82.94 is the new fastest lap for an electric car of the day.
And Wrocław does in fact take the green flag.
So just a small update on the queue, guys. We have car number E40, TU Eindhoven. Car number 20 from Magdeburg. We have RIT, our friends from the United States, car number 17. And just behind them we have car number 68 from Karachi. So it's getting a bit of a crowded queue as well, and we have just another car pulling up, which is car number 72 from Chennai. These guys have been working really hard to pass scrutineering, but in the end they did. So they're up here and they wanna go at it.
Meanwhile, Augsburg entered their last lap,
Looks like
or at least the last lap of the first driver.
Auburn may be having some issues. Their car appears to be going slowly. It did sound a bit funny the last time it drove past us. Let's hope they can get it sorted.
They still have 4 laps to go, as Osnabrück is closing in fast. They will definitely get a blue flag at the next overtaking lane.
Yeah, second driver from ISAT taking it a bit easier through the horseshoe, keeping all 4 wheels on the ground.
And Auburn about to be overtaken.
Oh, and Akron very slow as they enter the horseshoe. They've pulled off to the side of the track.
Could have done that a bit better.
Driver stopped on the side of the course.
Some whirring sounds just before he did that.
Some popping coming from the Akron engine.
That is a shame. They were the fastest car today up till now. Let's hope they can get to restart the car in the next minute.
And Wroclaw takes out a few cones going through the wing section of the course. Oh, it sounds like Akron's got the engine back running.
As Augsburg gets into its driver change.
And Akron is back on course.
That is good news. And they're immediately putting the hammer down. Osnabrück is about... Osnabrück completely misunderstands the blue flag and pulls into the driving change, creating a very dangerous situation. That'll count, of course.
And Auburn going very slowly. I'm not sure if it's because of the yellow flags or if their issue's getting worse.
Well, it looks like, guys, that the engine of Auburn keeps stalling.
Yeah,
so
it looks like they're
all the time.
They're going very slowly. But it was a very dangerous situation just right in front of us. Osnabrück got a blue flag and slammed on the brakes. Wroclaw driver had to use his extreme reaction skills to slam on the brakes to avoid rear-ending the Osnabrück driver. Both cars have now continued.
Yeah, it was kind of weird because the Osnabrück driver was clearly not due to do a driver change. He was only on his 4th lap, about to finish that. Meanwhile, Akron is sounding pretty badly in the exact same spot as earlier. And they're off the track again. Yellow flags for Osnabrück.
And,
that has all the symptoms of a fuel pickup issue, guys.
Eindhoven
TU
actually
Eindhoven
entered
has
the track.
just taken the start, and they've stopped after about 3 turns. Pulled off to the side of the track.
Thereby beating Vienna's record for shortest distance covered before DNF, if they don't get it started. But let's hope they do. I do see the tractive system active light flashing.
It's like Akron is still stopped just before the horseshoe.
And it appears that E40 is going again. Yes, Eindhoven have got the car going again.
You know, both Auburn and Akron are stopped on track. Not a very good moment for the American teams.
Auburn actually in the middle of the track, pretty dangerously, with Osnabrück closing in fast. I have to say it looks bad for both teams because Auburn was sounding pretty poorly for a couple laps, as Wroclaw throws over a cone in the horseshoe section.
It's like some more yellow flags down by the hairpin. There's a
Yep.
car stopped up there as well. It looks like the Vienna car once again.
It's Eindhoven's car,
Eindhoven,
of
I'm
course,
sorry.
but yeah, they're both orange.
We can just about see the top of the rear wing from here, but it looks like they may be starting to move again, albeit only about 10 feet.
Meanwhile, Augsburg is allowed to join the track after their driver change.
Looks like the Akron driver has gotten out of the car. Section of Broken Dreams has claimed another victim.
That is very unfortunate, and unfortunately the same holds for the Auburn car. Both drivers are now out. So yeah, that's both DNFs for them.
Let's give a big round of applause for both of the American teams, Akron and Auburn, for the good effort they put in to make it over here and compete. And a very quick lap time for Akron, still with the fastest lap of the day.
Marshall's convening at the E40 car.
All of the marshals doing a very good job to tend to all of these cars that are stricken on the track at the same time. It's not very usual to have 3 cars stop all at the same time, but Marshall's coping with it very well.
Yep, both the American cars to a safe place now. From where I'm standing, it looks like the driver from Eindhoven is still in the car. No, he's getting out now. I'm afraid that's it for Eindhoven as well.
Meanwhile, with all of this kicking off, University of Augsburg UAS E69 has come out of the pits after their driver change. They're circulating around the track. Looks like Rokla is quickly approaching the back of the ISAT car. Not sure if it'll be in time for the next overtaking zone. And it looks like it won't be. We'll be at this one. The ISAT car being given the blue flag and Rokla gets by.
Yep, you can see some frustration at the Rokla driver.
So it was much more uneventful than the last time we saw him pass somebody right in front of us.
Yeah, I had a little chat with the driver from Akron. He suspects some kind of fuel pickup problem. They didn't, well, they don't think that they run out of fuel. It's some kind of fuel pickup problem, maybe the fuel pump or something like that. So very unfortunate for Akron.
Meanwhile, car 20 from Magdeburg has joined the track, as car E6 from Osnabrück has a nice, clean piece of track in front of him. This driver is actually in his final lap, and they will soon get into driver change. Magdeburg not going particularly fast and being overtaken by Augsburg in a little bit, I think. I'm not seeing any blue flags, though. No, it looks like the marshals missed that. I'm sure we'll get one at the next one. Oh, the Augsburg driver really stuck now.
Looks like he finally gets by in the passing area. Big cheer from the crowd as that happens.
E6 comes into the pits for driver change as car 20 gets a green flag out of the overtaking lane. They're still in their first lap, of course. Let's see if they can pick up the pace a bit.
Car number 20 from Magdeburg, from the Otto van Guericke University of Magdeburg. Is completing its first lap. Looks like he's still just getting up to speed. The Wroclaw car starting its last lap before their driver change.
Wroclaw is closing in fast on Magdeburg, but this time the marshals are ready for it.
Meanwhile, ISAT is now on its final lap of its endurance run.
Wroclaw still being held up a bit with the huge speed difference, but they're past them now.
Bit of a lockup from Wroclaw going through the wing section of the track.
As TU Wroclaw gets the checkered flag.
Now
we're in for driver change.
I'm not sure if I was hearing things, but it seemed like the Wroclaw driver may have been stuck in a single gear for the last part of that lap. Hopefully it's not an issue, and hopefully they'll get back going again.
And ISAT comes in too, car 120.
And they've completed the endurance. Very good run for the team from France. Everybody give ISAT a round of applause.
Magdeburg really slowing down now. They've stopped next to the track. Yellow flags waving.
Yes, they seem to have a broken front suspension. That's why the driver is very sensibly pulling off the track. But that doesn't look good for them.
Yep, unfortunately that's that for the team from Magdeburg. Things are pretty uneventful at the track right now. There's 2 electric cars humming about. As we wait for the next car to join, it's going to be Wroclaw for their second half of the endurance, as the Rochester Institute of Technology readies their car. And car 110 rejoins the action. Yellow flags are still being waved in the section where Magdeburg is stuck next to the track. As car 17 RIT lines up to start their run. Yep, they get to go before Osnabrück gets by, and they're on track.
Augsburg now with their fastest lap time of the day, an 84.93 on their 16th lap. Just 2 laps to go now for Augsburg.
Augsburg are now the fastest car on track, although RIT may have something to say about that. Let's see how their first lap goes. They do actually not appear to be going that fast. In fact, E6 Osnabrück is closing in on them fast, and their RIT are about to be shown a blue flag.
And they've taken out a cone along the way, RIT has.
Yep, it's kind of unfortunate on your first lap. Taking a pretty aggressive approach at the final lap as he goes at it again. The second lap, maybe he still just has to find his way around here a bit.
And Augsburg begin their final lap of endurance. They got a big cheer from their crowd.
RIT now fighting to keep up with Osnabrück. RIT clearly have at least as much power as the Osnabrück car, but he has to struggle with the car quite a bit more to keep it on track, and he takes out 3 cones in the kink as Augsburg finishes as the second electric car today. Great job, guys.
A big cheer from the Augsburg crowd, apparently. Very jubilant down in the corner right next to the dynamic area, jumping up and down and singing, waving their umbrella.
And doing their chant. The next car enters the track. It's car 68 from Pakistan.
So car number 68 from Karachi in Pakistan is actually the first Formula student team from Pakistan. They've been competing at Formula Student UK for the past 3 years, but this is the first time they've been to Formula Student Germany. Oh, and RIT gets a bit loose going around the wing section, takes out 3 cones. Is really pushing 110% out there for RIT.
Blue flags are about to be waved for the Pakistani team.
And Ostenbrook finally gets by in the passing area, as does RIT. Appears as if the time that Ostenbrook was held up behind the car from Pakistan, RIT has had a chance to catch up. It's now only a few seconds behind, maybe trailing by about 15 meters.
While we're getting a visit from a chopper, pretty near the commentary booth.
Hopefully doesn't try to land on the track. Unfortunately, the choppers landed before any of the teams were able to take advantage of the extra downforce, the downwash from the blades would have created as they went through the slingshot section of the track. Meanwhile, Rowclaw now stuck behind the team from Karachi. Fortunately, there's a passing zone coming up soon.
We think there may be a problem with the suspension of the 68 car from Karachi. There appears to be something wrong with the rear left tire. Now, earlier in the previous lap, E6 was given a blue flag. That appears to have been by mistake, but, well, RIT is now actually exiting the track right where Akron stopped 2 times.
They've got going again. Picked up a cone along the way. I think they're still dragging with them. Oh, he's...
Yep, he's taken out 2 cones and is dragging one along, one more. I also think he collected an off course with that.
Driver seems very determined after that off course, taking out another cone through the cone killer chicane. Hopefully they don't experience a similar issue that Akron had. For going through that particular section of track, they have an issue with their fuel pickup system.
And the team from Karachi are probably going to get a meatball flag. The marshals want to have a look at the suspension as they slowly but surely make their way around the track. They actually successfully finished autocross runs yesterday, although they were the slowest to go around the track that day.
He has had a very clean run so far, I've got to say. Don't think they've taken out any cones.
Yep, you got to give him that.
It looks like RIT is having some more issues. They've stopped on track.
Meanwhile, maybe Mickey can have a look at the Nust car.
And RIT's got going again, but it seems like some sort of recurring issue. And it doesn't sound the healthiest of cars at the moment either for
Osnabrück
RIT.
is called in, and they have finished their endurance. Congratulations.
RIT is still doing a good job at taking out cones. Got another one there. Two more cones through the cone killer chicane for RIT as his engine seems to turn off down the front straight. Let's hope he can get it restarted. And he has.
As we can hear chants from the Osnabrück fans on the stands.
You know, car number E94 from UAS Eslington has taken the start. They're already most of the way through the first lap. They snuck past us up here with their electric car.
And unfortunately, we have a DNF for car number 68, Karachi. They have a failed track rod at the left rear side, so that's very unfortunate for those guys. Very nice team. They had a well-prepared car in the end, but unfortunately, it's a DNF for car number 68.
On the other side of the emotional spectrum, Roadclaw, car number 110, has just finished endurance. Congratulations to Roadclaw. Let's give them a round of applause.
RIT still struggling with the car. They've been in Germany before. They've actually been pretty successful in recent years. In 2011, they actually won the acceleration event and came third in the autocross event. They got a 5th place overall with that. I don't think they'll end up that high this time, but let's hope they can finish the endurance race properly. Right now, the first driver of Rochester is in his final lap of his stint. Let's hope the driver change will go well in a bit.
Sounds a bit like a fireworks display coming from the back of the RIT car at the moment.
Meanwhile, the Chinese team, the electric Chinese team from Beijing, has entered the track.
And it looks like, never mind, he's going again from RIT.
And as car E94 from Esslingen passes us by, car 62 from Regensburg is waiting for the green flag.
Yes, it's a very strange looking car without its front wings. Has a big rear wing, but no front wing at the moment. They had some issues with the front wing and they had to take it off. But they are driving the endurance in this configuration, and it's allowed to as long as it's scrutineered. But it will not be very helpful for the balance of the car. So let's see what they can do within this configuration.
RIT has taken a few cones coming through the horseshoe section, one which was stuck underneath the bottom of their car for a few hundred meters. Looks like they managed to just about get back to the pits for their driver change. Hopefully they'll be able to restart once the new driver gets in place.
Yep, the Regensburg car is about to take to the track. As Mickey mentioned, they still do have the rear wing. It's an especially big one, actually. They have put it to low lift settings, low downforce setting though, presumably to restore some of the balance in aero. As it was standing here, there was some smoke coming off what I presume is the exhaust tape, but the scrutineers gave it their go-ahead, and now he's on track.
It's currently not looking very good at the RIT driver change. The officials inspecting the rear of the car.
Yeah, they just received a DNF from Hofsteinfurt, head of scrutineer. There's some kind of oil leak coming from the car, which is unfortunately very sad for them, but it's prohibited and they're not allowed to re-enter the course. So that's a DNF for RIT, unfortunately.
Thanks, Mick. It was a very good effort for the first driver to make it all the way to the driver change with the issues they were having. So good effort from RIT. Thanks for coming from the US. It's always good to have you. And I'll hopefully see you again soon.
That does mean that, unfortunately, all 3 US teams so far have not been able to finish the endurance.
All 3 cars on track right now, lapping in the 89 to 90 second range, so very, very equally paced cars. Each car has also set its fastest lap on its most recent lap. Current laps 2, 3, and 4 for cars 62, E66, and E94 respectively.
And we have car number E20 from Leuven sneaking up to the track, so just keep an eye on them, those.
They looked ready to start a couple times, but they didn't. They are actually at the green flag right now, so they're waiting for the Beijing car to pass by. Beijing's team goal is to be the fastest Chinese electric car at least, and it looks like they're doing a pretty good job at that. Of course, they are the only electric team here from China, but they are on pace to stay ahead of Esslingen at this point. As Leuven car E20 joins the track.
Regensburg with quite a big improvement on that last lap. A lap time of 86.58 is about 3 seconds quicker than their previous best.
Yes, and just to give you an update, we only have 2 cars left in the queue, which is car number 127 from Schweinfurt and car number 26, University of Navarra. After these 2 cars have finished their endurance, or the session will finish, and we will have a small break. And in that time, all the cars that have been broken down along the track are allowed to be picked up.
There used to be 2 different Belgian electric teams, but they have joined forces into this one. And this is the first car that they have built together.
And they're now known as Formula Electric Belgium to show the unity between the teams.
As the car from Regensburg suddenly stalls right in front of us, he elects to roll into the pits. I'm not sure that's the best move, actually. Unless by this point he's already certain that he will not be able to restart the car.
Looks like the driver's getting out of the Regensburg car. At least taking the steering wheel off. That's going to be a DNF for Regensburg, unfortunately.
as car E20 is about to cross the finish line for the second time. It's actually not an improvement.
Got some yellow flags on the far side of the course. It appears to be a stopped car. Potentially E94 from Esslingen.
Yep, I can see it being pushed away in the back. He appears to be trying to restart the car. I was going to give him a compliment about their beautiful pit box. It's a shame there's no award for that. As Beijing is catching up with Leuven fast.
I was a bit premature with my comment earlier, but now I think we have exclusively electric cars circulating on the track for the first time today.
Yep, absolutely. We'll change that soon, though, as car 26 from Navarra is about to join. He's gotten the green flag, but he's stalled, and he's got it running again.
It's like car E66 from Beijing is going very slowly.
Oh, yeah, that's not looking good, as we're getting confirmation that car E94 is out of the race. Let's hope Beijing can get it running again. Yes, looks like it. We're doing very well so far. As the driver from car E20 kicks out the tail.
The Beijing car is sounding extremely strange as it passes underneath us. Sounds like their tractive system light is turning off and then turning back on. They've got it back on now, but it was off as it passed us.
You know they are supposed to blink, right, Austin?
Yeah, no, it was blinking and then it was completely turned off and then it was blinking again and it's off, it's on, it's off, it's on, it's off, it's on. And Navarra complete their first lap. And take out a cone in the cone killer chicane for good measure.
Despite being made up out of two previous teams, the Belgian team is not particularly large. They have about 17 teams from one of the previous teams and 5 from the other. They did manage to put in a couple of endurances over the last couple of weeks, so they're having good hopes for finishing this race today. Meanwhile, the car from Beijing seems to be on the road again. I mean, they're picking up pace again after the yellow flags have cleared, and let's see what they can do for this lap time. And it's a 96.62, as it appears they're slowing down a bit. And the chopper is going to take a second attempt at taking out any cones. Schweinfurt gets out, only to run into yellow flags right away as the Beijing car is now again slowed down significantly in the last chain corner.
We see the Schweinfurt car reappear, but not the Beijing car.
Well, they've got it going again.
Navarra completes their second lap and takes out the same cone they took out on the previous lap through the cone killer chicane. Perhaps they're hoping that if they take the same one out enough, they'll just keep it away. The Beijing car still not sounding quite right, but they're now on their last lap before their driver change.
So we have the last car of the morning session, car number 72 from Chennai, just starting up the engine, and they will join the endurance.
Looks like Beijing has slowed down once again, going through the hairpin. And they've stopped completely.
Yellow flags are waving as Navarro approaches. And Chennai takes to the track. Car 72 looking to be the first Indian team to finish today. But they still have a long way to go before then. Meanwhile, Schweinfurt improves on their best time with an 86.02.
This is the 5th car that the team from Chennai has produced. They're the reigning champions of Super SAE India for the past 2 years.
Well, the University of Navarra car number 26 doesn't sound really good at all. There's a lot of noise coming from that car, and now I'm not talking about the engine sounds, some rattling sounds, and they have slowed down considerably as well.
Yep, car 26 is not looking good. They still have 13 laps to go as Beijing finishes their first stint. And they're actually looking at some pretty good pace at the end there, catching up to Leuven. So let's hope they can get through driver change and maybe even finish the second half of their endurance.
Chennai being shown the blue flag so that Schweinfurt can get through. And that pass goes down smoothly.
Schweinfurt now easily the fastest car on track, although that move had cost them a bit of time.
So waved yellow flag up at the hairpin. Looks like the Belgian team has gotten through. Can't see what's the cause of the yellow flag.
I do believe we are missing car number 26, guys.
No, they're still rolling.
Oh no, he was stopped to the hairpin. He's just gotten rolling again.
Yeah, he's stopped right now again.
He's made it just by the big scoreboard for the North Curve stands. He's stopped behind that scoreboard now.
He's at the pendulum, and Schweinfurt is trying to get by. And they're allowed to pass. And the driver's actually out of the car. I think we have a bit of a thermal incident going on with marshals running.
Meanwhile, Formula Electric Belgium takes the last lap sign before they have to come in for a driver change.
As Chennai are finally allowed to pass the car from Spain that was stalled out at the pendulum. Yellow flag still being waved as Leuven approaches.
Car 72 making some funny sounds as it goes through the Broken Dream section and through the horseshoe.
That may be by design, though. Chennai are actually running the smallest engine at this competition, as I mentioned earlier. They have a 373 KTM single cylinder, and they are this is their first competition out of India, actually.
Leuven have taken the checkered flag and are now in for their driver change.
Chennai elected to use this particular engine because this one has is easy to service in India. As for many engines, motorcycle engines, it's not that easy to get parts at all, let alone get them cheaply. This particular engine, however, does provide those opportunities as parts are more readily available.
In the meantime, we've got number E66 and E20 in the pits for the driver change. We're talking about Beijing and Leuven. Both the second drivers are in the car and are being prepared.
Chennai estimate that they have done about 200 kilometers of testing, which is pretty decent. So they have high hopes for finishing this race today.
And we have a confirmation for car number 26 from Navarra. That's a side DNF for them at a further part of the track. So we can't see them, but we have confirmation on the radio. So that's car number 26, it's a DNF.
Both Chennai and Schweinfurt continuing to circulate the track. Both drivers having relatively clean runs so far. It's been a while since we've noticed a cone that's been hit.
Yep, let's just say that Chennai is driving at their own pace, but they are improving. Their last time was their fastest, and this is a significant improvement again at 98.04. Schweinfurt was about 13 seconds quicker than that in our last lap. And they pretty much equal that one as they are getting to the final part of their stint.
Yellow flags on track. It appears as if the Chennai car is having some issues. The Schweinfurt car is waiting for those to be cleared up before it finishes its run. Here's to just get around the Indian car. And Schweinfurt, as I said, they've been doing a clean run. I've taken a few cones entering the hairpin.
As the University of Leuven is about to re-enter the track. Unfortunately, the car from Chennai has received a DNF. They are out of the race. Give them a big round of applause, guys. They came from very far.
Beijing's also been in the pit lane for a very long time. Not sure if they're having some issues there. Perhaps Mickey could elaborate.
Yes, there's some issue with the driver harness. Very important item, and it seems that they have not fix the car properly. So the driver needs to be secure in the car before they are allowed to get out. And at the moment, that's not the case. So let's hope they can fix it within the allowed time.
The yellow flags continue in the chain breaker section of the course. Schweinfurt manages to get through again.
The good news with Beijing, of course, being that, at least for now, there does not appear to be a drivetrain-related issue that is causing the delay. So let's hope they can get it going again with the driver harness. The scrutineer is having a look at it now.
Schweinfurt now in their last lap before they have to come in to make a driver change.
As the second Leuven driver is getting to know the track. Schweinfurt, unfortunately, lost quite a bit of time with that last hold-up with Chennai.
And it looks like our number E66 has managed to fix their problems with the driver harness. And they have been given the go-ahead, and they are just about to restart the car.
Thanks, Mickey. And Schweinfurt get the checkered flag as they go into for their driver change. And car E66 has rolled off. And they've gotten the green flag. They had some troubles in their first stint. Let's hope they can make it through their second.
Car E20 making his way through the horseshoe. It's a bit quiet now that there are just the final two electric cars on track to finish the endurance before lunch. And Beijing having a clean run after their pit stop. Perhaps the issues they were having before that have sorted themselves out.
And it appears Schweinfurt has restarted their engine. And car 127 is about to receive the green flag and re-enter the endurance.
It's like car E20 is slowing down in the Broken Dream section of the course. He's
And
still
after a stall and some... Yep, Schweinfurt appears to have entered the track.
car E20 now rolling at a snail's pace. Looks like he's trying to pull off track to get out of the way of Beijing, who will be approaching in the next few seconds. It's not looking good for the team from Belgium.
As Beijing closes in fast. And they are directed by the marshals to overtake the E20 car on track. It appears the E20 car from Leuven has a problem with their drivetrain.
Yeah, it's an IMD error at the moment, Thijs. We just have been announced on the radio, and also the diesel is off. We can't see any lights blinking on or off for you, Austin. So it looks like a sad finish for the Leuven guys, but maybe they can do something to re-enter the track.
Thanks, Mickey. Schweinfurt's car bucking like a Bronco now. 127 as they pick up speed out exiting the caution zone. Seems to be going all right now, though.
Yeah, I did the same thing when it was entering the track just now after driver change, but once it is up to speed, it looks all right actually.
Looks like Beijing is going slowly again on the north end of the course as they go through the hairpin and approach the pendulum. Perhaps a recurrence of the issue they were having before the driver change.
Yep, car E20 is now definitely out of the race. Driver's getting out of the car. It's very unfortunate. Let's give them a big round of applause too for their first car of the new corporation. Schweinfurt getting the green flag now. Or almost.
Beijing did appear to have some issues that lap. It was about 15 seconds slower than the previous lap. Appears to be a glider hovering above the track, getting good view of the endurance action. Beijing back up to speed on that last lap. Very similar to the laps they were putting in without any issues.
Schweinfurt is quite a bit quicker though, about 10 seconds at the moment. So they will probably catch up to Beijing pretty soon. It's now 1 o'clock, which is the scheduled moment for the end of the morning session, so we're pretty much on time. Both cars on track now have 5 and 4 laps to go. Yep, it looks like Beijing is now getting shown the blue flag. Which means that Schweinfurt will from now on have a clear track ahead of him for the rest of the session. And let's hope that Beijing can keep up the pace, because they're rolling pretty good the last couple of laps. Just a little update on your afternoon entertainment. Yesterday there was the Formula Student Germany Sponsorship Challenge, and a lot of great entrants got a chance to do a run on the pit straight. Unfortunately, there was one team that was not able to compete, and it was the entry from Siemens. They will get a chance toward the end of the lunch break to show what they have got. They've got a pretty spectacular vehicle built, and we'll see how fast they can go.
Schweinfurt driver is still pushing it a bit sideways through some of the turns. Car does sound quite good from up here. And on cue, he gives another drift through the horseshoe.
The guys from Beijing actually have been to Germany before. They brought a combustion car in 2012. So even though this is their first electric car to be here, they do know what it's like here. And I'm sure they're having a great event. And the Beijing car comes through the last corner as he's about to enter his second to last lap in a 93.74. More tire squeal from car 127. And as Schweinfurt crosses the finish line, they're on the same lap with Beijing again. Beijing appears to have gotten through their problems that they had earlier in the stint, and they're being shown the last lap board. Give them a huge round of applause as they pass by for the last time. And Schweinfurt is now being shown the last lap sign. Beijing is going through the horseshoe for one last time. Over the jump into the slingshot. And they're on the final straight. Through the last couple corners. And they have the checkered flag. Give it up for Beijing.
There's a lot of cheering and flag waving going on down in the stands where their supporters are. A very long trip for them, rewarded with a finish in endurance. Well, Schweinfurt completes its last lap. Just a quick update on the weather. Temperature is currently 27 degrees Celsius or 81 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity's decreased a bit since this morning at 43%, and there's still just a very light breeze of around 2 miles an hour. It's going to get a bit warmer for the afternoon. So we'll see if grip on the track improves or if any of the teams have overheating issues.
Car 127 seem to lose a bit of speed, but they are on their last lap. So let's hope they can make it. We're still going into the slingshot. They're slowing down, but they're at the last corner now. View of the finish line, and they've made it.
Just as some steam appears to be coming out of the back of the car. Looks like the radiator blow-off valve is activated.
Yep, that endurance should not have been one lap longer for them, but they made it. Car 127 Schweinfurt has finished the endurance.
Impeccable timing on their part. Car making an ominous sounding hissing noise. Looks like everybody's a bit reluctant to approach it.
All the marshals will now go for a little lunch break, so we'll see you back after this. We're now just waiting for the cars that didn't finish the race to be pushed off the track before the pretty impressive Siemens Bobby car will enter the track.
Die hat noch nicht mal angefangen. Das ist der Black Magic. Die hält 3 Wochen, habe ich meine. Stunden am Stück, ey. Geh mal bitte was essen.
All right, and as the Siemens hovercraft is preparing for their run in a bit, let's run down some of the most important specs. They've called it the Bobby Craft. I've already given away why. It is in fact a hovercraft. And in terms of steering, the Bobby Craft 2015 already comes equipped with a steering wheel. So the limited engineering resources can therefore be aimed at optimizing other design elements. I'm sure we'll soon find out which one those are. As the Siemens team are eagerly waiting to get onto the track, let's talk a bit more about their chassis design. They elected to leave it in the stock color, as it was already a lush Siemens white. And it has been described by the team themselves as aesthetically perfect. So why change that? So of course the big race was yesterday for all the Bobby cars that have been made by the sponsors this year, which is a first. Most of the other teams actually got a chance to run yesterday on the pit straight. Unfortunately, the Siemens car wasn't able to compete then, but it appears to have got it fixed, and they're very eager to show what they can do. So while they are readying for their first run, I'm going to mention a couple more of their interesting features. For example, their brake system is very fancy. It's described as a dual biopiston brake assembly with state-of-the-art viscoelastic brake shoes, which can stop on a dime. I suppose that simply means that the drivers should take care to wear shoes and do it Flintstone style. We can now witness the propulsion system being turned on. And it's actually a hybrid system. Major component, and actually the part that makes it a hovercraft, is of course a combustion engine. Another important part of the propulsion, however, is actually human-powered. And they're off. They've been shown the green flag. And he's actually managing to keep it on track. And he passes the finish line. That is very impressive. He's actually having trouble stopping now. So unfortunately, we're not yet being given a demonstration of the very sophisticated brake system. But they're getting a rerun in the opposite direction. Presumably for Guinness World Record purposes, because of course you always need to do it in two directions. He barely keeps it on the track. No, yes. No, he did not hit any cones, and he's actually successfully passed the finish line. Again, struggling to brake. Only one piston working at the moment, but some extra ones coming in. For a moment there, I thought they were going for a driver change, but they've shut down the car, and it is, yeah, they have successfully finished their challenge. Congratulations, guys. Test. We want to test the sound at the north curve for a bit. Test. 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 Okay, so hopefully now the sound is loud enough at the north curve stance.
Good afternoon, Hockenheim. It's just about 2 o'clock now, and we're getting ready to make the afternoon endurance runs here at Formula Student Germany. Ties can run through some of the first teams that are lined up to take the start of endurance.
Yep, all the way at the front is the University of Loughborough, car 108. Just behind them is the team from Canada, McGill University, car 16. Behind them it's Erlangen, 49. Chalmers, the electric car, E60. And the Czech team from Brno. I think it shouldn't be long now. And Loughborough are about to get the sign that they can roll up to the starting line. As the marshals are getting ready and doing the final checks. For this part, we will start with 5 cars on track. That may become 6 later on. For now, it's Loughborough who gets the green flag, and they're off for their first endurance stint.
This is the 13th car produced by Loughborough University, designated LFS15. It's powered by a 2010 Honda CBR 600RR motor. It's 4 cylinders. It's got a steel space frame chassis with carbon fiber bodywork.
Just a quick rundown of some of the fastest time we've seen in the morning session so that we know what the cars currently on track are aiming for. The fastest combustion car was Akron with a 79.24. So Loughborough will surely be trying to beat that. The fastest electric car so far was E14 from Dresden. Like Akron, unfortunately, they were not able to finish the endurance, but they did put in the fastest electric lap at 81.59. Meanwhile, Loughborough is going all out into the horseshoe. And through the final couple corners, and after they pass by, McGill will get the green flag. Loughborough posted 84.5, which is a pretty decent first lap. And McGill get the green flag right now. And they're off. Rear wing shaking violently.
Car number 16 from McGill is powered by a single-cylinder BRP Rotax engine. So they've got a carbon fiber monocoque chassis. Loughborough's driver really pushing through the horseshoe, getting a bit loose. Managed to keep a hold of it though. McGill starts their second lap. Loughborough gets a bit loose, going into wings, but manages to keep a hold of it. He continues on without knocking over any cones. Whoa,
Wow,
McGill
McGill.
gets up on 2 wheels practically, going the entrance of wings.
Trying to make full use of the downforce. They have one of the lightest cars in this competition, actually. They weighed in at 170.5 kilograms. As again, the driver barely can contain the car. Meanwhile, Uni Erlangen is lining up, car 49.
As McGill passes by, you can see it's got quite a few extra elements to its rear wing. I can't quite count them all, but I think it's about 4 or 5 elements on their rear wing. And Erlangen takes the green flag.
Talking of fancy rear wings, Erlangen have a pretty interesting concept. I believe they are the only team to have tiny little vertical winglets on the bottom of their rear wing end plates. They also have horizontal slots, not unlike the barbecue approach by Kassel that we saw yesterday, and I'm sure we see today. It's a pretty interesting little car. They have a couple other features too. Notably their suspension system, which is a basically a monoshock approach, but with an added damper for roll stability. It is not entirely unlike the Esslingen car that we have seen on track before.
Has some shifting issues, as it seems. They were slowing down just on in front of us, but they got a space back on, so let's see what they can do.
Yep, it appears they're going pretty well actually in the back section. Meanwhile, Erlangen, as I mentioned earlier, they are one of the 5 teams that run a V2 cylinder, two-cylinder engine. It is the 550 Aprilia, and the special part about their concept is that, like I mentioned before, their crankshaft is actually mounted longitudinally, which means that front to aft, their package is very compact, and they have a uniquely compact arrangement. It also means that they cannot use a chain from their sprocket from the motor to their differential. Instead, they use a bevel gear.
Just want to point out both Loughborough and McGill are within a second of the fastest combustion time of the day, which was 79.96 seconds from Akron earlier in the day. Montreal had an 80.32 this lap, and on Loughborough's previous lap, they're on an 80.71.
Erlangen, of course, only on their second lap, so their first lap is probably a bit slower than what they can do. Let's see how they improve in a bit. And they cross the line for a second time, and it's in 79.94. It's new fastest time of the day. Chalmers, car E60, is about to take to the track. Chalmers have been very successful with some of their combustion cars in the past. They won the competition in the UK in 2012. I believe they also finished in the top 5 or even top 3 in Germany that year. However, for this year they have elected to make the switch to electric cars. So this is their first attempt at that.
It's like McGill is taking out a cone going through wings. Manages to keep it going.
Sliding a bit through the horseshoe section. as Erlangen improve again with a 79.39. Chalmers with a very composed 88 for their first lap.
The McGill driver is still pushing, and his last lap is only 0.03 of a second off of his previous best, which is the fastest time of the day for combustion cars. That's just been beaten by Erlangen with a 79.38 second lap.
Which is improved by only 1/100th of a second. And it's very fascinating to see how close McGill is to that time. And Chalmers come through, improving their time by 2 seconds, as Loughborough gets the last lap sign already.
Driver has enough spare time in the cockpit to give the thumbs up as he drives by.
Car from Brno, car 74, takes to the track. They were not among the very first cars to get through scrutineering all the way.
Erlangen with another fastest lap, a 79.26 second lap for them. You can see the driver really pushing.
Yep, he is pushing, but it's also still very consistent because there's only very little time between the different laps that he drove. Meanwhile, Loughborough is closing into Chalmers, but they will not get to overtake them because they're just finishing their first stint and they're in the driver change area. Let's hope that goes all right. Brno is about to come through for the first time, and their first lap time is at 86.72, which is very close to the Chalmers time. Of course, this is only their first lap. As McGill appears to have some problems, and they are pulling into the overtaking lane in the far end of the track. Erlangen has to slow down, unfortunately, due to the yellow flags, but they now get the green flag again. Wow, lifting wheels. Not unlike the ISAT team earlier.
Oh, some more yellow flags on the back end of the course as it looks like Brno has a spin. They're back moving again.
Yep, car seems to be all right, but more delays for Erlangen. Meanwhile, over at the McGill car, marshals are looking if the driver might be able to restart. But it's not looking good. No, the driver's getting out of the car. I'm afraid that's it for McGill. Please give them a great round of applause. He came all the way from Canada. Erlangen now stuck behind Brno. Bruno's driver really pushing, taking out a cone. Unfortunately, they cannot be given a blue flag because the overtaking lane has been taken by McGill. So
Looks like Bruno maybe have some problems as well.
I think they might just be taking it slowly because of the yellow flag. They now get the green flag and it will surely get a blue flag right after. Erlangen is pushing. They might want to keep a little more distance, but they're unleashed now.
There's still be a cone knocked over just before the horseshoe section.
Yep, that's Bruno's cone. Next car on track will be car 43 from Constance. They're about to get the green flag as soon as Erlangen and Brno are passed.
Erlangen gets the last lap board before they have to come in for their driver change. First driver will push to try and reset his fastest time of the day.
And US Constance gets the green flag. And once again, we have 4 cars on track.
And I have an update from the driver change area. I had a little talk with the driver from McGill. It seems that they have had the same issue as Akron just a while ago, a fuel pickup problem. And the funny thing is that both these teams drive E85. So we should keep an eye on the E85 cars, make sure they don't have any fuel issues as well, because it sounds like exactly the same problem as Akron just a while ago. Some fuel pickup and then just a dying engine.
Meanwhile, the Loughborough University driver change is taking a long time, and I can see the driver and one of the engineers pleading with the scrutineers.
Yeah, I know what happened there. One of the team members switched off a fan inside the cockpit, and that's really not allowed. I think Ulf is showing some leniency towards his team, and he's allowing them to get going again. But it's really not allowed to touch any of the dials, any of the switches inside the cockpit, except for the sitting driver. So nobody else is allowed that, so keep that in mind.
Yep, but 108 is allowed to re-enter, and they're getting up to the starting line now as Erlangen has just entered the driver change area.
And just before Erlangen made its way into the driver change area, the driver reset the fastest lap with a time of 79.08 seconds. He was pushing as hard as ever on that last lap.
Brno is going fast as well with sub 80-second laps. It is 79.86 as Loughborough rejoins the track. Meanwhile, Chalmers is being very consistent with 87 and 88-second laps. Not letting themselves being pushed around by the faster combustion cars around them. Of course, they need to keep an eye on their battery level. we have seen last year that there are actually some of the electric cars that are able to match the very fastest combustion cars. But for most electric cars, it is not uncommon to be a bit slower compared to other cars on the endurance race as compared to the autocross race the day before. In the autocross, they can go full power and use all the 80 kilowatts that they are allowed to use. However, if you choose to do that in the endurance, you will probably need a bit more energy than is wise to take with you. Of course, in an electric car, that extra energy translates into a lot of more extra kilograms as to compare to 1 liter of extra fuel for a combustion car. Erlangen has successfully finished their driver change and they're ready to join the track again. They are not allowed to slot in right after Chalmers because they're quite a bit quicker, so they need some clean space. Brno is coming through now. Brno and Erlangen seem to be pretty evenly matched earlier, so they're allowed to go, and they're off for their second stint. Although Brno is actually driving a bit slower than they were a couple laps back. Well, I can see a couple of cones being taken by the Brno driver.
Lufberg comes past with an 82.03 second lap, so just a little bit of time behind the quickest car on track, Erlangen.
Chalmers is about to get the checkered flag as they come in for the driver change. With another 88-second lap, and Brno comes through again with an 80-second lap, 80.28. Brno is actually one of 2 Czech teams this year at Formula Student Germany, the other team being CTU Prague. The next car that's about to enter is E99 from Aachen. They're lining up right now. Austin, how's the second driver for Erlangen doing so far?
The second driver for Erlangen is fairly consistent. He's a little bit slower than the first driver, perhaps still getting up to speed. His last lap is an 83.4, whereas the first driver ran a 79.08. So there's potential to speed up and be just as quick as the first driver and potentially even faster.
All right, as Brno's driver enters his last lap. And Constance takes out a cone in the wing section. Erlangen's driver really working hard, lifting another wheel just now. Like I said, they're actually lifting their inner front wheels as they corner hard. Lufberg driver going really tight past the cones.
And the Aachen car is on track E99. Snuck past us. It's an electric car, and it looks like it's taken out a cone in the slalom on his first lap. Just completed that. Time of 84.17 seconds.
As Brno is about to come in for their driver change. Constance touching a cone, but not actually knocking it over in the horseshoe section. They did take out one in the slingshot section, though. You can see they have pretty impressive body work. And pretty impressive undertray, too. You maybe remember from yesterday during the autocross that a lot of cars got DNFs for touching the ground. Fortunately, that does not seem to have happened so far today.
It looks like Constance did get a warning to take it easy as he passed by the start-finish line this past lap.
Yep, and I think that has something to do with that. Of course, the rules are pretty clear, and if you have been in the autocross yesterday, you know that marshals can be very strict with this.
And I'm in the pits with car number 74 from Brno, and the scrutineers have found an oil leak from the engine, and fortunately it looks like a DNF for Brno. You can smell it as well. There's quite a bit of oil leaking from the engine, so it's sadly, but it's a DNF for TU Brno, car number 74.
That is very unfortunate. It's not the first car to have that happen to them. Please give a big hand to the guys from Brno. I can just run a 82.69, which brings them within a second of the fastest electric lap so far. Right, we have a new car coming up. It's a car from the Jayhawks from Kansas. It's car 69.
And Chalmers has just set their fastest time of the day with a lap of 85.44 seconds on lap 12. Means all the cars are now circulating in the low to mid 80-second range.
I believe this is the 4th American car on track today. Unfortunately, none of the earlier 3 managed to finish. But let's hope that today will be better for the guys from Kansas. As Constance enter their final lap for this stint.
Yes, Reiner Kutke, one of the officials, has had a little chat with the second driver from Constance because the car is bottoming in one of the sectors of the track. So he has just given some instructions to the second driver to avoid having a too big speed over there. So he has to keep clear of the track, not to bottom, and otherwise he will get a black flag, and after that, the disqualification.
All right, thanks, Mickey.
It's like Loughborough took out that cone through the kink when they went through there a few seconds ago.
Loughborough actually getting pretty close to the end of their endurance. They're on their second to last lap. As Erlangen come through again in an 80.67. I believe that's one of the fastest laps for this driver.
He's been very consistent over the fast 4 or 5 laps. All of his laps have been within about half a second. This is one of the quicker ones he's put in, though.
Apparently that car has excellent drivability. The earlier driver was very consistent as well.
And Constance taking out a few cones, one before
oh,
the
wow,
horseshoe
the guys
and
from,
one in the
from
horseshoe.
Kansas electing to come into the pits. Apparently the driver thinks something's wrong. Maybe Mickey can find out what's going on.
It's the left rear
Oh, I think they have a flat tire.
bit flat.
That is very unfortunate. Yeah, but it's very unfortunate, but the guys from Kansas are unfortunately going to have to push the car off the driver change area, and it looks like a DNF for them. They have a pretty cool concept for their engine layout, which I haven't seen before executed to that extent. They actually have a fully stressed engine, which means that the entire part around their engine actually does not have a frame around it, but their suspension bolts, their rear suspension bolts directly to the engine.
With that, Loughborough is rounding the final few corners of its endurance run on its final lap.
Taking out a cone.
A little bit of flair thrown in there for the end. He's got to navigate through the slingshot and onto the start-finish line.
Looks like the guys from Kansas are bringing in a new tire. And people are pointing they might actually be allowed to continue running.
And Loughborough have finished endurance.
Congratulations, guys. And also congratulations, Andy and Samantha, of course.
And in addition to congratulating Loughborough, we've got to congratulate Andy and Samantha for their marriage. Andy is a team member for Loughborough, and he's recently gotten married, and the team wanted to wish him all the best. So they've put a nice little message on the rear wing. So congratulations, Andy and Samantha. Everybody give them a big round of applause.
While we were looking at the change area, another silent electric car snuck past us. It's the Helsinki car, car E98. They're actually already up to the last corner, so we can see what their first lap time is going to be. It's an 89.0809. They were unfortunately one of the cars being disqualified yesterday for touching the ground with their arrow.
Looks like the guys from Kansas are just switching the rear wheel now.
Well, that is good news that they're allowed to come back running. Car 43 has entered the track again. Second driver, first lap.
It's quite an impressive pit stop over here from Kansas. Not quite Formula One spec, but not too shabby at all. New wheels already on, and hopefully they can get restarted and back out on track.
It's got to be Le Mans at least. Or NASCAR or something. Being an American, of course. As Erlangen come in, and that is the endurance for them. And they are the second team this afternoon to finish endurance successfully. And Helsinki passes by again with an 86.78. Car 25 from Western University of Canada is entering the track. Austin, what do you call that front wing?
So that's a double-decker front wing, not to be confused with the biplane front wing that we saw from Akron earlier in the day.
Yeah, no, that sounds totally different. So this car actually has a double-decker front wing and a double-decker rear wing.
They've got all the wings.
It's wings all around.
It's funny, they should be sponsored by Red Bull or something. You know, Aachen gets the last lap board before their driver change. And Kansas.
And yes, we are rejoined again by Kansas. They have a new left rear tire, and they are allowed to take part in the rest of the endurance.
Yes, Thijs, I had a little chat with one of the officials. Apparently, they had a flat tire, and if it's been caused by some debris on the track, then they are allowed to exchange it for a new one and then continue the endurance. Is it because it's a flat tire because of their own fault? Then it's that the time spent in the pits is added to their time.
All right, that's pretty interesting. I can't actually remember that I've ever seen flat tires before in the endurance. Meanwhile, the car from Constance has stopped on track, and there's yellow flags. And Chalmers has stopped as well.
Kansas is having a bit of fun going through the horseshoe section of the track, taking out a few cones along the way.
As Aachen comes in for their driver change. And the Chalmers car, as well as the Constance car, both have 1 minute to get to restart their respectively tractor systems and their motor.
Kansas is really pushing, taking out a cone before and a cone after the cone killer chicane. Spending more time sideways than he is forward. I'm not sure how effective the rear wing is when you're traveling sideways.
It's pretty effective and looking cool though. And they clocked an 80.93. The Chalmers guys were actually pretty close to finishing the endurance. They were in their second to last lap. But unfortunately, it's not looking good for them now. And the Constance driver is out of the car. And it unfortunately looks like the Chalmers driver is out of the car as well. So it's 2 DNFs at the same time for both cars.
Driver from Kansas still pushing.
While Helsinki is being caught by the car from London. London being London, Canada, of course. They're about to get a blue flag. But that is in the area where Constance is now being rolled off. And it's mainly yellow flags waving. Yes, there's a blue one.
Kansas taking another cone just before the cone killer chicane.
And the quadruple wings taking their third shot at slalom with Helsinki in pursuit. '69 is really pushing now the Kansas car. They may want to take into account that there were actually a couple of yellow flags waving earlier.
This is amazing to watch for the Kansas driver. He's flat out the whole way through the course.
Wow, Kansas sideways and again, and taking out a corner, touching another one. Canadians are pulling away fast from Helsinki. And we're about to see a new car on track. It's E12 from Uni Bayreuth. This is one of the most silent cars on track, so look carefully, you won't hear it. Kansas is really pushing again.
Ooh, taking out those same 2 cones once again.
You could argue that that one blue cone actually doesn't count as a cone. Not actually part of the normal track. As Aachen rejoins. First lap for their second driver.
Car E12 from Beirut crosses the line. Their car is called the FR15 Valkyrie.
It's an 84.53 for their first lap. And University of London is looking to improve from their previous lap, which was their best so far, but they're a bit slower this time around. And as car E98 glides by again, we're looking at Kansas, who's sliding once again.
Taking out another cone.
We're about to be joined by a new car. It's car 33. It's the other car from Czech Republic.
Oh, Kansas has taken out a cone going into the cone killer chicane, and that's let off of the car and taken out 2 more, which shouldn't count towards their cone tally, which is giving a Liverpool a run for their money from earlier on in the day.
Even though they did take out those cones, they did manage to break into the the 80-second barrier, even only just with a new 79.97. We're still looking at 9/10 of a second to break Erlangen's best time today so far. As Bayreuth comes by once again with an 81.36, improving nicely. And Prague is on their way. And the guys from Jayhawks actually managed to get through the cone killer cleanly.
Speaking of clean driving, for all the wings they have, Western University seems to be having quite a smooth run so far. Can't recall them taking out very many cones at all.
Helsinki E98 is actually on their last lap for this driver. And the first driver from Helsinki takes the checkered flag as he goes into driver change.
As Prague makes its way into the kink, you can see it's got quite a deceptive livery. It's red on one side and blue on the other. Looks like there's 2 different cars out there depending on which way it's pointed.
And Kansas laying down some more rubber as they exit the cone killer. And they are on their last lap for this driver. Aachen being slowly pulled in by Bayreuth. Lap was a bit slower than the previous ones. Whereas Bayreuth is clocking consistent times.
Western University getting the last lap before they have to come in and make their driver change.
As we see the guy from Kansas University sliding towards the driver change through the last couple of corners. Let's see if he can keep it clean. No, he actually caught a cone under the car and he brings it into the pits.
I think he just wanted to take home a souvenir.
There appears to be some smoke coming from the car. It's probably the exhaust. As Aken is about to be overtaken by Bayreuth.
And Western University taking the checkered flag to come in for their driver change as well. Quite busy down in the pit lane now with 3 cars all stopped making their driver change.
Yes, just to give you an update, there's car E98 from Helsinki who have some issues in restarting the car. And also we have car number 69 in the pits, and the second driver is already inside the car and is being instructed by the first driver, who showed some very aggressive driving indeed.
The Czech car, that is either red or blue, depending on which way it's driving, actually has a couple of pretty fancy features. For example, they have electronically adjustable roll bars, anti-roll bars, from their cockpit. They also, like some other cars, have a lot of small winglets and pieces of wing and extra pieces of wing. When I was at their pits, I counted 25 separate parts.
Yes, and we've got car number E98 from Helsinki, just about to rejoin the endurance.
Ah, so they got it running again. That's good. We'll just have to wait for CTU Prague to pass by. And it appears that Kansas has restarted as well. As Helsinki will get the green flag pretty soon. With a mean-looking black visor, and they're off again. Yep, we can hear Kansas revving in the background. And stalling. That must be one of the most violent drive-away procedures I've ever seen. But they do seem to manage to get to the starting line, and they're about to get the green flag after Bayreuth has passed. And Kansas are about to rejoin. They managed to keep the engine running, and they're off again. Let's see how clean this driver can drive.
Past few laps from Prague have been very consistent, both times within about 0.3 of a second, one another in the low 82-second range, so reasonably quick, and on lap 6 for Prague now.
Yep, they're steadily reeling in the car in front of them. And sure enough, Aachen is about to get a blue flag for that. And CTU is unleashed again. They have a pretty smooth sounding 4-cylinder engine as Bayreuth get their final lap sign. Aachen trying to get into the slipstream of Prague, but instead they're being reeled in by Kansas, and I'm pretty sure they'll get a blue flag, a second blue flag pretty soon. Yep, Marshall already standing by.
Yeah, just to give you an update on car number 25 from Western University in Canada. It seems that one of the team members from outside touched a switch inside the car, which is clearly not allowed, and all the teams have been briefed about this. And they have a big discussion now with Ulf, the head of the scrutineering, and it doesn't really look good because they did something which is prohibited and not allowed. So they claim it's a driver adjustment for a driver profile, but clearly you're not allowed to touch anything inside the cockpit unless it's belts or the steering wheel.
That would be very unfortunate. That's actually the second time that happens within an hour. Let's hope all the other teams from now on will take care not to do anything like that. But it appears they have received a DNF.
Yes, it's clearly it's very unbelievable for me because it's clearly a switch that the driver can operate by himself as well. So nobody outside the car needs to touch that switch. If it's a driver profile for a different mixture or whatever like that, the driver can do it and let him do it because he's the one inside the car. He's supposed to touch all the switches and nobody else. And the teams know this, but still they choose not to do this way. So it's their own risk to get disqualified.
Meanwhile, on track, Kansas has put in a quick lap time of 79.42. That's less than 0.3 of a second behind the fastest lap of the day so far.
And we're about to be joined on the track by car E7 from DHW Stuttgart.
And Aachen is currently on their last lap of endurance.
And they have joined the track.
To be a large banner waving in the north stand.
Driver from Prague is being shown the last lap sign as Aachen is being overtaken by Helsinki.
Kansas' second driver is pushing just as hard as the first, getting sideways every chance he can get. Appears to be doing a bit more smoothly though, with significantly fewer cones being hit in the process. Guess we'll give him more style points for that.
The guys from Aachen are no longer at the pace they used to be at, but no worries because they're approaching their final corner. Checkered flag is finished, is ready for them, and they are across the line, and they've finished the endurance.
Congratulations to Aachen. Everybody give them a big round of applause.
Stuttgart sets a very decent first lap at 81.99.
It's like Kansas is catching up to the back of Prague. We'll see if they get a blue flag, and they have.
Meanwhile, Cal Poly, car number 9, has joined the track.
Got quite a vociferous crowd over there. You can hear cheering from the stands.
And CTU Prague comes in, for their driver change.
And Kansas was able to improve their lap time even further, despite the fact that they were stuck behind Prague for a little bit of time. At this time of 79.18 seconds, which is a 1/10 of a second off. Fastest combustion time of the day.
I have high hopes for the guys from Stuttgart DHBW for beating the best E-car so far. We're only 1 second and a bit off in their first lap.
And we have car number E12, Uni Bayreuth, rejoining the track very silently, so don't miss it.
We'll keep an eye out.
As I mentioned yesterday, you can see the asymmetrical aerodynamic geometry on Cal Poly's car. They've got a bit of a winglet on the right-hand side to direct airflow into the radiator. They've tried to disguise it with some camouflage livery, but I can still see it. How about you, Thijs?
Well, from here it's a bit hard, but it's definitely there. Meanwhile, the guys from Bayreuth have actually almost managed to sneak past us, as they have joined the track. As Helsinki is passed by the guys from Stuttgart. They have in the past been somewhat unkindly called the other Stuttgart, but of course they're a very good team in their own right. They do coincidentally also run AMK motors, although it's 2 rather than 4, like the other Stuttgart or the green team. They have a very unique concept though. It's basically purely designed for serviceability, and their entire drivetrain, including motor controllers and motors, slides out to the bottom of the car. It's a very neat and compact package, and I think especially compared to all the other onboard motor driving electric cars, this has to be the most serviceable one I've seen so far. Meanwhile, they have indeed majorly improved the best electric time so far. It's a 79.35, and actually approaching the best combustion time so far. They're only 27th of 100, 27 100ths of a second off.
Cal Poly Pomona now on their 3rd lap.
In the background, we can hear the guys from car 33, CTU Prague, getting ready to rejoin the track. Like many other cars, they're stalling on the starting line.
Getting back to Pomona, they've lovingly named their car Eric. They did quite well last year in 2014, finishing 14th in Michigan, 4th in Lincoln, and 9th here in Germany in their respective Formula student events.
As the guys from Prague are trying to restart the car, I'm having a nice look at their left side pod. It appears they are one of the many teams that struggled getting through sound, and a pretty large exhaust assembly seem to have been built on the car, and a pretty extensive firewall has been built around that too, with aluminum tape and whatnot. You might even be able to see that from the stands.
It's like Kansas is quickly getting on Cal Poly, and Cal Poly is going to get the blue flag across the start-finish line to let Kansas by. And Kansas manages to take out a few cones, throws them in the way of Pomona, thank them for letting them by.
Yeah, they're at their old tricks again, taking out 2 cones and having one of those take out a 3rd one.
Sorry, Mickey.
It's great drama for CTU Prague. They managed to restart the engine after the driver change, but just as they pulled up to the green line, to the green flag, the engine stalled and they can't seem to restart it again. So that's really, really unlucky for CTU Prague.
What are the rules on that, Mickey? Does that count for the driver change still, or is that a 1 minute time that they normally get for trying to restart the car as if they were next to the track?
Well, there's no real specific rule for this. It's just about the leniency of the officials. But the driver had enough time to restart the engine, and I think it's been 2 minutes after the driver change anyway. So he got more than the 1 minute on track. So, but he failed to restart it, and I do believe it's a DNF for CTU Prague. Very, very unlucky for those guys.
Yep, I think so too. They have run out of leniency from the scrutineers, and they're being pushed off as Helsinki has just passed by for their final lap.
And
Lawrence, wow.
Sorry, Kansas has just started their last lap, and they've also just set the best combustion time and best overall time of the day with a time of 78.84 seconds. It's gone purple on that lap, finishing out with a bang. There to be some yellow flags on the back end of the circuit. Helsinki may be stopped on track.
Oh, that is too bad. They are on their final lap.
I've seen Kansas come through, but I don't see Helsinki.
Nope, it's Helsinki. They're stuck in the back. Let's hope that they can restart the car. They only have a half lap to go. As Stuttgart come by again at 80.07. It's looking pretty bad for Helsinki.
Meanwhile, Kansas now just powering through the last few corners. Hopefully they can do it cone free.
We'll see. Checkered flag is out for them.
And they managed to get 2 cones. They must have heard me talking about them. But they've managed to finish endurance. We may not be in Kansas anymore, but that didn't matter too much to them after their initial drama. The Jayhawks have finished endurance at Formula Student Germany. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations.
And with that, they become the first team from the US to finish the endurance event this year.
Meanwhile, car 99, Karlsruhe. They have just joined the action, and car 95 from Valencia is about to join as well. Let's see how the engine map for Valencia is today. They were very loud in the acceleration.
Well, they're not just loud out on the track, and they're also loud in the grandstands. Well done.
Stuttgart was hurt quite a bit by the yellow flags, but now they're flying again. Let's see if they can beat their previous fastest time of 79.35.
And it seems that car number E98 from Helsinki, the electric car, has got a DNF, half a lap away from home. It seems that they had an IMD error, and the car just stopped on along the track, just half away a lap from finishing endurance. So sad for those guys.
Yep, that's very unfortunate as Pomona slides through the last corner and they clock an 84.94.
Karlsruhe has gotten up to speed quite quickly. Their second lap at 80.45. Let's see what they can do as they cross the line now.
Well, this is actually their second lap, and it's already a 77.20, which is the best so far of all the cars. Yellow flag's out again, and the driver from Karlsruhe is out of the car.
Looks like there's a fire extinguisher being used. I don't see any flames, just a bit of puff from the fire extinguisher. The driver is out, everyone is okay. Yellow flag still being waved though. Marshals are now pushing the car off the side of the track. More fire extinguisher now.
Car number 6 is about to join us on the track. It's the University of Washington. It's very unfortunate. Karlsruhe UAS were very fast in their first lap, even faster in their second lap, as they set the best time of the day. But it seems that they are about to DNF, as there has been a small fire in the car, but everything seems under control for now. And they will be pushed off the track pretty soon.
Got to say that Valencia's engine sounds quite a bit more smooth than it has the past few days. Must have gotten the issues sorted out. Car number E7 from Stuttgart is now in the pits for their driver change.
All right, and car number 6 is about to join. They're on the track right now.
Cal Poly just getting a last lap sign, making their last lap before their driver change. The past few laps of Valencia drivers had a bit of issues coming in the last turn. Appears to be locking up the wheels. Manages to get it stopped without hitting any cones either time. We'll see how it comes this lap. Car number E12 from Bayreuth is now in its last lap.
As the guys from Washington are about to come around again for the first time. And it's an 81.05, which is very decent for a first lap. There's a car stuck on track.
Yes, it seemed to be car number 9.
Yep, it's Pomona.
They were due in for a driver change this lap, but looks like they're not going to make it. They've been pushed off to the side of the track unless the driver can get their car restarted in the next minute.
Washington are looking at a couple of yellow flags, so they may not be able to improve on their previous lap time this time around. Well, Pomona actually managed to restart. Not many teams have been able to do that so far today, but that's looking good. And they're back on track. They're due in for a driver change.
They've taken out a cone along the way.
And we've got car number E7, DHW Stuttgart.
And Bayreuth comes in and finishes the endurance with an 82.00.
In the meantime, car number E7 finished the driver change and is about to rejoin the track.
All right, car E7, of course, was the fastest electric car on track so far. Let's see how fast the second driver can go.
Driver from Cal Poly pulling the car into the pits. It doesn't sound the most healthy of engines as it arrives in.
Some pretty spectacular bangs in the changing area. And E7 rejoins us. 95 car from Valencia is bouncing into the last corner of the track. They seem to have some
Looks like
balancing troubles, breaking into corners, but meanwhile Washington appears to have some troubles of their own.
they're going very slowly through the slingshot.
Yep. Not much slingshotting going on, unfortunately. And no, they're pulling off the track. It almost looked like a similar error that some of the other cars have had before. In fact, both of the American cars that dropped out, it looks like a bit of a fuel pickup problem.
Look at their fuel, they run 98 octane, so not related to the E85 incidents we saw earlier.
University of Washington, actually one of the few American teams that also build an electric car, along with Kansas. Unfortunately, both of those teams have not been able to bring their electric car this year. Car E7 slowing down because of the held up car from Seattle.
Sounds like Washington's got their car restarted again.
Yep, it appears they've got it going, and oh, they've stalled again. Valencia manages to catch a cone, even though they're going very slowly through the yellow flagged zone. Yes, we can see the DRS of Washington working hard, and the motor now too, as they're on track again. Still not very fast. Drivers fighting.
There's
sparks coming out of the back.
Don't think they're going to get much further, as much as I want them to.
Even if they do finish this lap, they will surely get a black meatball flag.
See their DRS is activating the rear wing, saying not for flight, so at least that's being working properly.
As cones are flying around the Valencia car. And it appears the Washington car is stopped again. I'm afraid our chances of actually finishing this endurance were getting very slim anyway.
It looked to me like they had a sparkler in the back of their car shooting the sparks. The 4th of July. Valencia with their fastest time of the day and their 7th lap of the time of 86.82 seconds. Meanwhile, Stuttgart, car number E7, continues to circulate at a time of 81.71 seconds.
Unfortunately, 1 minute has passed for Washington. And the driver is getting out of the car. Valencia has just set a personal best of 86.82 in their 8th lap. Second to last for this driver.
A very valiant effort from the Washington driver to get the car as far as he did, but unfortunately it looks like it's going to be a DNF for them.
It's pretty interesting for a statistic for Valencia, considering that there's yellow flags waving around the Washington car. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, well, we had just a little chat with the drivers here in the driver change area, and it's very unusual how many cars are stopping out on the track with seemingly fuel pickup problems. It's just too much to be a coincidence, so I think the officials are going to investigate that. Maybe something wrong with the fuel or the E85 that most of them uses. But it's very strange that a lot of cars stop and then can restart again and then fill again. It's just too much to be a coincidence.
All right, keep it up to date on that as car number 9 rejoins the action. Cal Poly. They were having some issues in their last lap with the first driver. Let's hope they can keep it running this time around. Meanwhile, car E7 is struggling to get in a fast lap as they keep on running into yellow flags. Their first driver, of course, was very fast. So we're still waiting how fast this guy can go. But this time around, the track looks clean. E7's coming through, and they're going to try and set a fast lap.
Valencia now in their last lap before they come in for their driver change.
And we're being joined by car 78 from Hertfordshire. And Valencia get the checkered flag for their driver change with a personal best of 85.04. Pomona's car is actually looking pretty good so far. The engine seems to be running pretty smoothly.
And we have a very nice looking car number E76 from Freiberg joining the track. Very good looking car, it's a silver file.
The Freiberg car, of course, powered by 2 motors. But despite the advantage that you might think four-wheel drive electric cars might have on skid pad, Freiberg actually managed to beat all but one of them as they became second on the skid pad last Friday. And Hertfordshire comes through in an 81.33. Bit of a misshift there for Pomona. And Freiberg comes through in an 85.97. Their car actually has a number of pretty unique features, most of them relating to the fact that they have a sponsorship agreement with a company that makes a lot of cast parts for them. They themselves do all the designing. And for example, if you look at the back of their car, there's awesome integration going on with all sorts of different parts integrated in only 4 parts. Many of their suspension pickup points, but also drivetrain related interfaces are all put in one part, and they have customized brake calipers and stuff like that.
You hear that behind us, Valencia's managed to restart after their driver change and is about to come back on track.
Meanwhile, Hertfordshire has actually set the fastest time of today. We almost missed that. It's a 77.45.
So quick we didn't even see it.
Yep, and they're in pursuit of E7. And it looks like they're closing in pretty fast on the guys from Stuttgart. As Pomona comes by in a new personal best of 83.78. And Valencia rejoins us. Their second driver comes in for his first lap. Hertfordshire isn't quite close enough to E7 to grant a blue flag yet, but it can't be long. And they're now almost right at their tail.
And Hertfordshire set a new fastest lap time of 76.73 seconds. It's very fast from Hertfordshire, and the driver doesn't look like he's sawing at the wheel all that much. The car looks glued to the ground. This next lap won't be anywhere near as quick. He's been stuck behind the other car for the better part of half of it.
It appears that no blue flag has actually been waved. But they're now being readied, and the car from Stuttgart will pull over to the side to let her surpass. And not a moment too soon. As Freiberg glides by in an 81.35. And Valencia's driver has already set a new personal best with 82.12 in their in his second run. And the guys from Stuttgart have just entered their final lap.
Well, Kassel comes around to finish their first lap. Time of 80.34 seconds. That's quite quick for a first lap. As Ty's mentioned before, their rear wing resembles a barbecue grill.
To us, anyway.
Probably just because we're hungry.
Luckily, Pomona is still going at it, and they clock an 83.00, which is a new best time for them. That's especially nice considering the problems they had in their first stint. They're now in their 15th lap.
Got Hertfordshire coming around the last few turns. Let's see if they can improve on their best lap. And not quite. It's still a very quick lap at 77.48, but not as quick as what they set before.
Valencia actually going at it again. They've got a 78.42, significantly improving on what they did before. As car E7 from Stuttgart comes in, and they finish their endurance.
Congratulations, everyone from Stuttgart. Very good job finishing.
And we're joined by the Uni Padova, car 85. Now the guys from Pomona actually have an unsprung front wing. A lot of teams tried that, some succeed, but few look as rigid and solid as theirs, I'd say.
Kassel's having a quick time of 78.71 seconds.
And Valencia is now also consistently lapping under 80 seconds.
Meanwhile, Cal Poly seems to be getting quicker and quicker every lap.
And we can hear Padova hitting the ground at a couple spots. Of course, that is actually allowed in a few places on the track. So let's hope they don't hit the ground on any of the other spots where it's not allowed. And blue flags are being readied. And Valencia is being allowed to overtake Freiburg.
Valencia is another team that seems to be speeding up as the run gets further in. Last lap is a 77.94 second lap on their 13th lap of the run.
Padova actually clocked a 78.83 in her second lap, which is quick as well. But they're bettered by Kassel right away with a 78.28.
So aside from Hertfordshire, who set the overall fastest time of the day, all the other cars currently on track have run their fastest lap on the previous time they've crossed the timing beam.
It's nice to see that the car from Freiburg, the electric car, can actually hang in there pretty well with the combustion cars. Hertfordshire's trying to hunt down Freiburg as they enter their final lap. Final lap for the first driver with a 79.95. Freiburg, of course, with a slightly slower lap last time around because of the overtaking maneuver they had to endure.
Well, these fast lap times we're seeing, Ties, haven't seen very many cones, have you?
No, it's been pretty clean driving, especially compared to some of the earlier teams. Freiburg's actually catching up with Pomona right now, it seems. I think we might be seeing some blue flags pretty soon. However, Pomona is, of course, on their last lap, so I'm guessing that the officials will allow Pomona to just return to the pits and let that be that. No, they are given a blue flag. That's unfortunate just before finishing, but they are almost at the end.
Oh, it looks like they actually haven't been given the blue flag. He got it out and
no,
ready
it's
to go.
been retreated again. There we go.
Cal Poly finishes Endurance. An excellent run for them despite the early dramas they had before their driver change. Congratulations to those guys from California.
And we're being joined by car 94 from Esslingen. We saw their electric counterpart earlier on. Freiburg actually accidentally came in one lap early. They mistook the checkered flag for Hertfordshire to apply to them. They've been immediately sent out again for their actual final lap with the first driver, and they're now in driver change. As Esslingen finishes their first lap, and they're being hunted down by Padova. Yep, they're going to allow Padova to overtake Esslingen.
As we have car number 78 for Hertfordshire in the driver change area. Second driver is already in the car. And also car number E76 in the driver change from Freiburg. And I think that Hertfordshire is just about ready to restart the engine.
And we're about to be rejoined by University of Hertfordshire, car 78. As soon as Kassel has passed by.
Got Hertfordshire ready to get back onto the track after their pit stop. Revving the engine a bit right to my right-hand side. Awaiting the green flag, and there it is. Hertfordshire's on the way for the second half of endurance. Valencia is taking out a cone as they approach the horseshoe. Managed to continue. They're closing on the end of their endurance run.
As Essling is being reeled in by Kassel.
And Valencia takes the checkered flag. And Valencia finished endurance in car number 95.
Congratulations, guys.
Helped out by their big rear wing, and as we know, size matters, according to the slogan on the back of their car.
And Kassel takes the checkered flag and go into their driver change.
Some happy Spaniards over there.
Freiberg is out again. They've successfully completed their driver change. Padova is now the fastest car on track. We're about 2 seconds off the fastest time so far. As we're about to be joined by E13 from UAS Munich. Four-wheel drive electric car that actually did very well in the acceleration event yesterday. They beat out the Delft team to become second overall right after Zurich. Well, right behind Zurich in terms of positions. Of course, there was quite a gap in terms of time. Zurich's had a very fast 3.30 yesterday. I believe Munich came in at a 3.56. Padova entered their final lap.
Esslingen improving on their lap time with an 80.79 on lap 4.
They're trying to get closer to Padova, who have slowed down a bit in their last lap. But Padova is on their last lap for this driver, so I doubt Esslingen will be able to catch up with them.
Driver from Hertfordshire still pushing.
Yep, second driver is slowly nibbling away on his lap times.
Currently on lap 12 for Hertfordshire.
As UAS Munich comes around for the first time, and it's a very respectable 82.15. Let's see how they can improve in the next laps. Freiberg's last couple of laps have been pretty uneventful. They're on a fairly empty piece of track. But in the distance, they're being hunted down by Hertfordshire. Let's see how long they can stay ahead.
Car number 85 from Padova has just entered the pit lane for their driver change. Hertfordshire taking out a cone going into the horseshoe.
Or two. I think they might have actually also had 2 cones in the wings section. Driver's clearly pushing. Still pretty far off his first driver though, as he clocks an 81.86. UAS Munich clocking a 79.70. it looks like Essling is slowing down. And yellow flags are being waved for Freiburg. But it appears that Essling in car 94 is back at it again.
Car number 28 from Castle back out on track after their driver change. And it looks like car number 94 is slowing down again. Appears to got it going.
And it looks like I have some news from the driver change area, guys. Car number 85, University of Padua. Their differential seems to be leaking, and that's also not according to the rules. So it looks like the scrutineers are not allowing them to return to the track. So that's unfortunate, but it's a DNF for Padua.
That is very unfortunate. Meanwhile, US Munich is on its way to perhaps an even faster lap, but they have clocked an off course. So the driver will have to drive very fast to compensate for that. You can hear all 4 AMK motors working ferociously through the corners as he crosses the line again with a 92.34, of course, because of his, of course, adventure. And Essling is getting the blue flag as Freiberg is allowed to pass.
Driver from Castle pushing very hard.
So that must have been that was a very expensive mistake for the US Munich driver. Basically constitutes a 33-second penalty for one mistake.
Out on track now, we've got car E45 from St. Augustine taking the green flag.
Esslingen passes again. They're driving pretty slowly. It's the second to last lap for their first driver. With a 92, of course, they had to endure an overtaking maneuver. Let's hope they can get to the end of this race.
Just a note, Tives, you mentioned that at some point in the afternoon we may see 6 cars on track at any one time, and looks like we've got 6 cars on track right now.
Yep.
St. Augustine with the first lap time of an 84-second flat. And Freiburg has just set their fastest time of the day with an 80.62 on lap 14.
Essling about to enter their final lap. Final lap before driver change, of course. Munich looking very consistent.
Car number 28 looking a bit loose going through the cone killer chicane, but he manages to keep it on track and away from the cones.
Wow, St. Augustine having their own shot at that. Also managing to stay clear of the cones. That car number 28 from Kassel actually has a very sweet sounding engine. among some of the single cylinders, you might almost mistake it for an electric car. They do not seem to suffer from some of the troubles that some teams have had with the noise test.
And Esslingen getting a blue flag before they come into the pits for their driver change. Letting US Munich past. Esslingen appears to have stalled coming out of the passing area.
We're about 50 meters from the driver change, but they've got it running again. And they're in the pits. Let's hope they get through their driver change properly. Car E45 improving their time again. It's an 81.01.
Car number 78 from Hertfordshire about to take the last lap board. And car number 70 from UAS Coburg takes the green flag. It's a big cheer from the stands as they drive past. Looks like the car from Kassel is going quite slowly and they're getting the blue flag. So that St. Augustine and Freiburg can get past. Car number 28 not sounding quite as smooth as it has the past few times it's been by us. Hertfordshire comes to the last through bend. And the U of H, car number 78 from Hertfordshire, takes the checkered flag and finishes endurance. Congratulations to them. A great run for Hertfordshire to finish endurance. Some yellow flags on track. It looks like car number 28 from Kassel is going slow on course. It stopped just by the Nord curve. Officials pushing it off to the side so that US Munich and another one of the cars can get through. It's not looking very good for Kassel at the moment. But they've managed to get the car back running and got a big cheer when that happens. Hopefully they can finish the next 3 laps they've got to do. Coburg seems to be gaining on UAS Munich as well, right on the rear wing. Perhaps a bit too close for comfort. Taking alternate lines through the slalom.
I have no idea what Coburg think they have to gain with taking only 2 meters rather than 5.
And let's just remind everybody about the rules. If there's any touching of cars with your nose or whatever, then it's an immediate disqualification. So that's just no use.
Oh, and car E13 from Munich misses their checkered flag.
And in the meantime, car number 28 from Kassel is really driving slowly. I'm not sure what exactly the issue is, but there's just no drive in that car at the moment.
It's making some funny sounds too, Mickey.
as they're being reeled in fast by St. Augustine and Freiburg.
And UAS Graz is out on track. They managed to start the lap a few seconds ago. Amidst all the other drama, we missed them getting onto the track.
Coburg immediately on their tail. Graz, of course, very convincingly won the acceleration event yesterday, as Coburg seems to have stalled. They've got it running again, tires spinning, they're off again. They've also taken out a cone in that.
Freiburg is now into the pits. Not sure what's going on with Freiburg.
And UAS Munich have managed to get into the pits.
There's not any work being done on the Freiburg car.
Kassel still driving slowly. UAS Graz and Coburg are now both about to overtake him.
UAS Graz with a quick time of 78.69 seconds, but Coburg betters that with a time of 77.26. Two very quick times, approaching the fastest combustion time of the day of 76.73 seconds.
So now we have a couple of really fast cars in the queue. We have car number 21 from Kit, from Karlsruhe. We have we have Zwickau in the queue, which is car number 96, E96 I should say. And also Oxford Brooks, car number 92.
Mickey, can you have a look into what happened to the car from Freiburg, E76? The monitor is showing it's in the pits. It looks like they're rolling it back off the track.
Yeah, I do believe that car number E76 from Freiburg finished endurance, but they were driving one lap too many. And they missed the checkered flag, in fact. So the rule is at the moment that for the efficiency score, the extra lap will be added to at their own expense. But they have finished endurance in the end, so that's well done for car number E76 from Freiburg.
All right, the timing screens were a bit confusing, but congratulations to them as Graz UAS actually puts in the fastest lap of today at 75.67. Coburg in hot pursuit, but they're more than a second behind.
Yes, and we have car number E11, which is GFR, or RSU Corvallis as they called, in the queue. And also just behind them we have car number 96 from Hamburg, the Hawks.
Kassel, of course, have slowed down a fair amount, but they are now in their last lap.
Here's some waved yellow flags.
I think it's the St. Augustine car that has stopped. I can now see its tractor system active light flashing again. Let's hope they can get the car running.
Coburg improves their time slightly with a 76.4, gaining on Graz by just over a quarter of a second.
Graz a full second slower again than their previous lap. Munich seems to slow down, and they turn into the overtaking lane. It appears they're having problems with their drive system. I don't think their Zal is flashing.
Munich are only on lap 12 of their run.
They were doing very well in their first stint.
You know, Castle is slowly but steadily making their way around the final few turns of the course.
Yes, they definitely are slowing down, but they only have a couple meters to go. There's a checkered flag there for them, and they've finished. University of Kassel has finished the endurance.
A very dramatic run for them, but great finish nonetheless for Castle. Congratulations to them.
Yep, by the end, their lap times were over 100 seconds, as US Graz actually been overtaken by Coburg.
It's a very interesting move. Looks like Munich has got their car back up and running again.
Yep, US Graz was clearly extending their lead at some point, but then Coburg caught him again as Essling is slowing down.
Car made a few odd popping noises as they entered the section of Broken Dreams.
They're trying to restart their engine now. And it appears to be running now. And they're off again.
And I'm here in the pits with car number 28, who just finished endurance. And looking at the front tires, they're just absolutely destroyed. There's almost nothing left of those tires. They look really, really bad. So I think it's pretty hot out there, and the tires and the cars and even the drivers suffer a lot. So let's hope that all the cars can finish endurance that are out on the track at the moment.
Rather surprisingly, Coburg is actually extending their lead at UAS Graz pretty significantly, although I got the feeling that they took the yellow flags that were waved earlier a bit less seriously than the guys from Austria. They are indeed over 3 seconds faster in that last lap, as Munich, the electric car, appears to be running pretty well again.
Coburg's now in the last lap before they have to make their driver change. Coburg with an eventful run through the horseshoe, but manages not to contact any cones. They're coming to the pits this lap for their driver change.
It took a while, but we've just received the official DNF for car E45, St. Augustin. Unfortunately, they were not able to finish the race. They're actually in their last lap before the driver change. As we see car 21 from Karlsruhe KIT, combustion car, rolling up to the starting line. Karlsruhe were actually shown the green flag, but they stalled on the starting line, so now they'll have to wait for Esslingen and UAS Graz to pass. Graz was actually almost as fast as their fastest time so far in the previous one, and this one is better. It's a 75.50. It's the fastest time today so far, as Karlsruhe joins the track, car 21. The car from Munich is back up to pace again. They're only a half a second off their fastest time so far.
You may notice that the cars of US Graz and Karlsruhe KIT have very distinct engines. Can you tell us a little bit more about why they sound so similar and so different to the rest of the cars?
Yep, we talked earlier today a bit about single cylinders and four cylinders. I also noticed that there are actually about 5 two-cylinder engines on this event this year. 2 of those are the engines from US Graz and Karlsruhe KIT. They have a project that they started in 4 years ago with AMG, where they developed a specially developed engine for FS, or Formula Student. And it's a 600-cylinder, 2-cylinder engine. They're turbocharged, and they're pretty proud of it. A lot of work being done on that engine is actually by the students. In fact, most of the design work, according to the teams. Some of the production is being done by AMG, all the casting work. All the work around that, the installation of the turbo, the intakes, the exhaust, is done by the students, of course. As Zwickau takes to the track, car E96. They're a two-wheel drive electric car. Zwickau were actually the very first team in Formula Student to build a 4-wheel drive electric car. But in a pretty unconventional move, as most teams moved towards 4-wheel drive, they elected to go back to the simplicity of 2-wheel drive. And it has actually worked out very well for them. They finished second in the mixed competition, electrics versus combustion, in Formula Student UK a month ago.
KIT clips a cone coming across the start-finish line. Esslingen manages to avoid it.
As does Munich, but it looks like they lost drive again in the exact same position as previously. And again, they go into the overtaking lane. Well done by them, not blocking the road.
Zwickau with the first lap of 79.65 seconds.
We can say one thing for sure, this is not caused by faulty fuel or fuel pickup problems. But let's hope that this time, like the previous time, they can get it restarted, as Coburg passes them by under the yellow flag.
And KIT drifting around the turn, takes out a cone, lands right side up, but not in the right spot.
Yes, and we have car number 15, UAS Graz, just about to re-enter the track. That's that engine you were just talking about, Thijs. That sounds so sweet. It's almost, it purrs like a kitten almost.
Yep, they were having quite some struggles with that in their first year. In fact, KRT Karlsruhe helped develop that engine, but actually in the end elected not to run it. They ran a 4-cylinder 600cc instead. The second year though, it was a lot better, and especially the events like the acceleration of yesterday showed that Graz and Karlsruhe have it down a lot better than previous years.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Karlsruhe have just had the fastest time of the day with a lap of 75.05 seconds.
Oh, that's very impressive. And Esslingen just finished the endurance. They were having some trouble at some point, slowing down a bit, but they managed to finish it.
Congratulations to Esslingen.
Yellow flag still waving because of the Munich car. It seems like the driver is getting out of the car. That unfortunately means that they are out of the race.
Be a DNF for Munich on lap 17 of the endurance event.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. They were very close to home. As Karlsruhe is trying to hunt down the US Graz car. Of course, both of them have to respect the yellow flag. I'm not sure if Karlsruhe is doing that. Meanwhile, Zwickau's second lap, the 78.61, is actually the fastest electric time today. And they come round again with a 78.79. US Graz desperately trying to stay ahead of Karlsruhe. They actually had a very fast lap at the hands of their previous driver, but right now it looks like the Karlsruhe car is faster.
And Oxford Brooks takes the green flag for endurance. Bit of a power slide out of the cone killer chicane.
Of course, both of these cars, Graz and Karlsruhe, were slowed down a bit in their previous lap. So we'll see what they can do in the next one. But meanwhile, US Graz has been overtaken by Karlsruhe, and US Graz can now try to stay with the German car.
Yes, and we have some wonderful cars in the queue. The next one up is car number E11 from GFR. Just behind them, the Hawks from Hamburg. Just right behind them is Green Team, East 26 from Stuttgart. TU Graz, car number 53. And behind them, well, the reigning champion, E33 from Zurich.
Zwickau, meanwhile, running some very consistent lap times. The last few lap times have been in this 78-second range.
Oh, within 0.3 of a second, I think.
Oxford Brooks with the first lap time of 80.7.
It definitely looks as if the Karlsruhe car is extending its lead over US Graz. Let's see what their lap times are. It's a 76.8 for Karlsruhe. And 81.4 for US Graz. They're significantly slower than they used to be a couple of laps ago, especially before the driver change.
And car E11 from Global Formula Racing has taken the start.
Well, now officially we are in the top 10 of the autocross, with these teams having put in the fastest times on the autocross.
It's like Oxford Brooks sorry, Mickey. Looks like Oxford Brooks takes out a cone. Oxford Brooks with a second lap time of 76.43, very quick from them.
That's very impressive. I am wondering what the cause could be of the seemingly decreasing lap times for US Graz. They're slightly quicker again this lap. As GFR come through for the first time at a 78.52. And immediately in their first lap, they set the fastest electric time of the day. Only just inching out Zwickau's time. And Oxford Brook is coming around again. They were flying last time. And it's a 75.57. They're almost within a half a second of the fastest time today so far.
Yeah, and just took out 4 cones just after the cone killer chicane, which has really hurt their time as well.
And Karlsruhe was on their last lap before driver change.
Zwickau with a lock up into the final corner. He manages to keep it on track. And he posts his fastest lap in the process time of 78.24 seconds.
Meanwhile, as was probably to be expected, GFR bettered their time to 67.22, which is the fastest time for any electric car of today. No, I got that wrong, sorry. And US Graz is about to be shown the blue flag and will be overtaken by GFR.
You know, Karlsruhe is now in the pit lane for their driver change. GFR improves their fastest lap to a time of 76.36 seconds in car 11. And Zwickau sets their fastest lap of 78.16. This will be their last lap before they come in for a driver change.
As US Coburg, car 70, get their last lap sign. And car 96 from Hamburg takes to the track. And Zwickau is getting the finish flag for their driver change.
Coburg's now running the last few corners of their endurance run. Make it through without getting any cones, and they take the checkered flag for endurance. US Coburg has finished endurance at Formula Student. Congratulations to them. Very fine run.
Meanwhile, Hamburg comes through the last corner, and let's see what their first lap is. It's a 78.10. That's a very impressive first lap. As the car from Karlsruhe, car 21, is about to rejoin the action. And US Graz is about to start their last lap. Karlsruhe back on track. Next car to take to the track is E26, Green Team Stuttgart. Let's see how much Hamburg can improve their time. It's 75.00. That is the new fastest time of today.
Some jubilant fans up in the north stand.
But considering that was only their second lap, I have no doubt they will soon break into the 74s at least. Meanwhile, we're all curious to see what Green Team can do in their first couple laps. As UAS Graz is about to finish their endurance, they're in the slingshot onto the final straight. Through the last corner, and it's the finish flag for them. UAS Graz have finished the endurance.
Congratulations to them as they rev the engine in celebration.
And here comes Green Team for their first lap. And it's a 77.21. And Hamburg is off their previous pace a bit, still very quick, as Zwickau re-enters the track.
Oxford Brookes running very consistent lap times in 84.42 as they take the last lap sign before their driver change.
Karlsruhe comes through as we're waiting to see how much Green Team can improve in their first time. And it's a 73.98.
Bit of a
it's
lock
the fastest time of the day by far. A second faster, bit more even than the fastest combustion car.
Bit of a lock-up into cone killer chicane right after that fast lap, taking out a cone, getting sideways, and possibly an off track. I'm not 100% sure.
And Oxford Brookes takes the checkered flag for their driver change. Car E11, GFR, taking their last lap before the driver change. They've backed down a little bit from their previous fastest times. As we're witnessing car E26 through the slingshot and into the final straight. And let's see if they can improve even further after their very impressive previous lap time. It's a 73.44, yes.
Driver of car E11 from GFR comes into the pits to make their driver change, but getting a bit loose through the final few turns as he does so. With that lap time of 72.15, Green Team goes purple. Fastest lap time of the day between electric and combustion.
Fastest combustion time now almost 3 seconds slower than the best electric time.
And currently we have two cars in the driver change area. It's Oxford Brooks and car number 11 GFR. And Oxford Brooks is just trying to restart the engine at the moment. Let's see how they fare.
University of Stuttgart car E26 were very fast last year as well in the endurance. I think they were among the top 3 fastest cars overall, as they clock a 72.63. Still much faster than any of the other cars. As Hamburg is working to increase their lead over Karlsruhe. And Zwickau come through for the 13th time with a 79.11.
Sorry, I was holding my breath back here. It took Oxford Brooks about 17 tries to get their engine back running, but it appears that they're finally successful. About to take the green flag for the second half of the endurance run.
At the same time, GFR, the electric car, is in driver change as well. And the second driver appears to have been finally strapped in.
The second driver for Oxford Brooks takes the track in a very exuberant fashion.
As Hamburg starts their last lap before driver change. Stuttgart driving seems to be holding back a little bit compared to his very fastest times, as GFR takes to the track again, and Oxford Brooks' driver comes through for the first time. Matching Zwickau's time right about. And Hamburg come in for their driver change. Zwickau clocking their fastest lap so far, 76.33. And the next car coming to the track is car 53 from TU Graz. We're approaching the start line now. We're just waiting for a couple cars to pass by. And after Oxford Brooks is gone, I'm sure they'll get the green flag.
That lap for Oxford Brooks is 75.82, very quick from the second driver.
As TU Graz comes on the track. Wow, driver for Zwickau steps out quite a bit and takes out a cone. Really pushing now through the horseshoe.
We have car number 96 just receiving a DNF. So the car from Hamburg, UAS Hamburg, DNF due to an oil leak on the backside of the car.
Stuttgart really pushing now. He's about to get the checkered flag for a driver change. He really wants to milk that last lap. And it's a 73.07. TU Graz is about to come through for the first time. And they clock on 79.74. Karlsruhe, meanwhile, is approaching their last couple corners. It seems like they're slowing down, while Zwickau is catching up to them very quickly. No. Karlsruhe has only a couple laps, a couple corners to go. Yes, they're going again. They're about to get to the checkered flag. And they have finished endurance. That was very close.
A little bit of late race drama there for Karlsruhe, but they've made it by the skin of their teeth.
And we have car number E33, reigning champion Zurich, coming up to the line. This should be interesting.
Let's see how they compare to Stuttgart's times. And they've been given the green flag, and they're off. Almost taking out a couple cones in the first corner right away, but he keeps it clean. Eager to show what this car has got.
Zwickau takes the checkered flag and finishes endurance in car number E96.
Congratulations, guys.
A very good run for them. They were quick throughout.
As Zurich works its way through the back section. We can hear the Zwickau chants from the stands. And Zurich is about to come through for the first time. And it's a 75.66. The combustion counterpart of car E13 that we saw earlier, UES Munich combustion car, just took to the track and actually finished their first lap at an 81.46.
Unless there are any very late arrivals to the field, I think that's going to be the last car we see for endurance before the final shootout. The top teams.
There's a meatball flag about to be issued to Oxford Brooks. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. They are on their 16th lap. As Zurich comes through in a 75.05. They still have a decent gap towards the fastest lap of Green Team that are coming through right now, and 78.52. They actually lost quite some speed, or they ran into some trouble. I missed that. Oxford Brooks, unfortunately, suffering from a pretty serious suspension failure by the looks of it. And unfortunately, it's going to be a DNF for them. We just got confirmation that it's actually the chassis of Oxford Brooks that is broken. They have a pretty special chassis concept with folded aluminum sandwich. It's an aluminum outer panel, an aluminum honeycomb in the middle, and it is a carbon fiber since 2 years inner shell, I think, as TU Graz is being overtaken by Zurich.
Still a very good effort for Oxford Brooks being able to put in those lap times with a cracked chassis. So top effort from them, and best of luck in the future.
Zurich is currently lapping faster than Stuttgart's driver. Of course, it was the first driver for Stuttgart that put in those very fast times, but Zurich actually broke through the 74-second barrier as well. Still 1.8 seconds off the fastest time for Green Team. Both of them now consistently lapping faster than any combustion car before them. Zurich sliding through the horseshoe. And accelerating into the last corner. And across the line in 73.38. Yet again improving their time.
TU Graz appears to be stopped on track.
And Green Team is directed to drive around them. TU Graz have restarted again. Car E33 Zurich actually had a pretty eventful autocross event yesterday. They got stuck behind another car that got red flagged. They were not able to restart their motors back then, and they got a rerun apparently. In the end, they did manage to get into the queue on time again. But in very dramatic fashion, their first run was actually disqualified because of wings touching the ground. After that, they did manage to put in one lap. I think you can actually hear the wings from Zurich skipping over the ground every now and then, but it may actually be legal. As they yet again improve their time, if only by a slight margin. And we're about to see Green Team come around again. US Graz really throwing around their car. Taking out a cone in the last corner. Sliding into the cone killer.
Some of the better drifts that we've seen today.
That's for sure. They're pretty quick too, with a 76.99.
Now got the electric car for Global Formula Racing coming through the horseshoe. He's making through the slingshot in the last few turns, and it will have completed endurance. Just a few turns left for the E-car from Global Formula Racing. With that car, E11 slides across the line and takes the checkered flag to finish endurance.
Yep, they've done it as Zurich just broke through the 73-second barrier to clock 72.85. Now only 0.7 of a second away from the fastest lap from Green Team. Green Team, however, at the moment is actually clocking in quite a bit slower times. Their most recent one is a 74.06. They have 3 laps left to go.
You can see a few fans in the north stand violently waving their GFR banners around in big circles. They must be ecstatic over there.
Should be interesting to see the #1 car, the combustion car from GFR, and see how much faster that can go at the final 5 in a bit. And as Zurich slides into their second to last lap, or at least this driver does, they're frantically looking for that extra 0.7 of a second. Stuttgart a bit quicker this time around, 73.6. I think that may actually be the fastest lap for this driver. A bit closer to Zurich's time last time around too.
TU Graz about to take the checkered flag to come in for their driver change.
Well, they made it so far. That's good. They had a bit of a moment the other lap. Let's hope they get through driver change all right. Munich driver still working the wheel. Zurich under 73 again.
It's the first driver's last lap before he comes in for the driver change. Green Team Stuttgart still running consistently in the 73-second range. Now got 2 laps left to run.
Yes, I'm in the pits with car number 53, TU Graz. Second driver is in the car, and all looks very smooth indeed. He's just about to be strapped in to rejoin the endurance. Yes, he's handed the wheel, the steering wheel in this case, and the last checks are made before he's going to be allowed to rejoin the track.
Mickey, did you get any hints as to what the problem was earlier on track with TU Graz?
No, but I will ask the first driver in a second.
Car number 76 from US Munich slides across the line. Once again, he's taken the last lap board before they come in for their pit stop. And ETH Zurich is also taking the checkered flag for their driver change. And Green Team Stuttgart's the last lap board to start their last lap of endurance. US Munich comes in for their driver change.
As TU Graz appears to have restarted their engine. And they're driving up to the starting line now.
And now see Green Team Stuttgart navigating their way through the horseshoe for the final time. They've just got a few more corners before the end of their endurance run. Get to the right-left complex and over the line, and Green Team Stuttgart has finished endurance in car number 826. Hear a big cheer from the crowd.
Yep, very impressive. Their second driver wasn't as fast as the first one, but they were very consistent lap times nonetheless.
I'd say offhand they were probably consistently the quickest car on track for their run.
Okay, guys, I had a little chat with first driver from TU Graz. He had actually no idea why the car stalled all of a sudden, and it had the same symptoms as some of the other cars had earlier on. I think this might be the 7th or the 8th car stalling out on track without any apparent reason. Most of them managed to restart the engine and continue the endurance, but some of them failed. It's becoming quite a mystery, in fact.
TU Graz continues to circulate. They're the only car on track, so they should have some clean running, be able to put in some good lap times here.
Car E33 Zurich has just restarted their car, and they're rolling up to the start line. And they're back on track. US Munich car 76 is about to rejoin us. As Graz improves their best time by 75.35. They are now on their 12th lap. And Munich is back on track. They're again a bit faster, TU Graz. And Zurich comes through in 74.92.
It looks like Zurich took out a cone through the cone killer chicane. Got a bit loose. Gratz across the line to complete another lap. Followed closely behind by Zurich. Bit of a cleaner run through the cone killer chicane this time.
So guys up there, we don't see any green lap times at the moment or purple. Does that have any meaning at all?
I think we're getting to the end of the runs for the teams. They're probably trying to conserve the cars a little bit, make sure they get to the finish. I'm not sure, there may be some other reasons, but I think that's one that I would come up with offhand.
And does the electric cars have any issues with capacity or something like that, Thijs? Perhaps you can enlighten us a little bit.
Well, of course, as mentioned earlier, the electric cars do have to be a lot more careful with their energy consumption than the combustion cars. What is very common is that halfway or during the endurance, somewhere during the endurance, either by looking at screens in the car.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, sorry.
Looks like car 76 has had a suspension failure potentially. He went straight on through that turn.
Yep, I think he took out a cone or two.
Looks like the right front of the car is wobbling and the wing is dragging, and
he's driving off again.
It's definitely not something right about that car. Something not right.
I'm sure the right front corner is not all right. Driver insisting to continue. We'll surely get a red flag for that. He also has 6 more laps to go, so I'm not sure where he thinks he's going.
I think he's finally realized that he's not going to be able to finish, and he's pulled off.
Yep, that has to be a DNF for UES Munich, unfortunately. Car 76. I'll just finish my little monologue about energy capacity. No, that's totally fine.
Sorry for the interruption.
Most electric teams have the ability, either in the car or through telemetry, to watch the battery level as they progress through the endurance. Based on that, they can adjust their speed. If they're burning through their energy a bit quicker than anticipated, they can slow down a bit or speed up even if they have been driving too conservatively until that point. Of course, there's also the factor of drivers. It could simply be that the fact that Zurich is driving a bit slower than they were previously is down to the first driver being able to drive the car a bit quicker. At the Green Team Stuttgart car, E26, we saw a similar pattern where the first driver was lapping consistently quicker. Again, it might be down to either of those two factors, either decisions made over energy consumption or just simply differences between both drivers.
Looking behind the announcing booth, it looks like we've got Western University, who, as we remember, were out earlier and had a bit of an altercation during their pit stop. Looks like they may be given a chance to either restart the run or finish the second half of the run now.
Yep, I do remember there was another car. I'm afraid I forgot which car that was. That was in a similar situation, and they were allowed to continue their run. As Zurich goes very enthusiastically into the horseshoe, taking out a cone.
Yeah, Zurich seems to have a lot of oversteer at the moment. I'm not sure whether that's a torque vectoring setting or something else to do with the yaw rate controller or something, but they do have a bit of an issue getting the car in the right direction at the moment. The backside seems a bit loose as far as we can see from here.
Yep, accelerating onto straights is something that they do very convincingly, unsurprisingly. But at the rest of the track, they do seem to be sliding a bit. They are closing in on TU Graz though, and given enough time, they might be able to catch them. TU Graz on their second to last corner. They will be shown the last lap sign pretty soon. Zurich has 1 more lap to go. 1 more than TU Graz, that is. Car 25 from Western University is about to enter the track. considering the fact that Zurich and TU Graz are almost finished with their run, I do think that will mean that the next 22 minutes or thereabout will be a one-man show or a one-car show, if you will.
Yes, TU Graz on their final lap. ETH Zurich has 2 laps remaining.
Both cars quite a bit below their fastest time we've seen so far.
Western University back on track amid a big cheer.
Of course, it's not going to be 22 minutes. They don't have a full endurance distance to run. Graz is not going full speed, it seems. They only have a couple 100 meters left to go, but it seems the car is running okay again. Although Zurich is catching them fast, they might actually even be given a blue flag in their very last corner. Yep, that is unfortunate. So it's a blue flag, a green flag, and a checkered flag for TU Graz as they finish the endurance.
It's more late race drama, but a good finish for TU Graz. Congratulations to them on their endurance finish.
Western University finishing their first lap of their second half of the endurance. As of course they got pulled out of the race during the driver change, so they still have a half a race distance to go. Zurich meanwhile are roughly halfway their last lap and going through a pendulum now. Powering through the wings section, which should suit them very well for one last time. They're not attacking the corners as enthusiastically as they were previously, if you ask me. I think they might have pushed it a bit, and I think they have to limp home a bit.
Oh, they're really slowing down now at the moment. It's just limping back home. Let's
The
hope
pace they're
only-
going at, I would think they are going to make it, but they are definitely slowing down. Even if they do make it, they will lose a lot of time in this last lap. It is actually very reminiscent of what car E26. Oh no, they're accelerating very enthusiastically onto the final straight again as they cross the finish line. And car E33 has finished the endurance with a last lap of 86.45, so they did in fact lose about 10 seconds on that last lap. I was going to say it looked a bit like Green Team Stuttgart's final lap in the endurance in 2014, where they had a similar occasion.
Western University's just set their fastest lap time of the day with a very impressive 79.67 on their 11th lap. Reminder, they've got the double-decker front wing.
And rear wing.
Driver from Western University still pushing his way through the course. Oh. Getting a bit loose, taking out of 3 cones on the cone killer chicane, putting on a show for the fans in the stands right in front of there. Despite all that downforce, it looked like his inside wheel was lifting up just a little bit. Making their way around the hairpin now and through the pendulum. Just a reminder, once the run of Western University is complete, there'll be a short break, and then we'll have the top 5 shootout for the 5 quickest teams from autocross yesterday. Reminder of those 5 teams that will be competing in the top 5 shootout later are car number 2 from the University of Stuttgart, car E15 from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, car E85 from TU Delft, car 41 from TU Munich, and car number 1 from Global Formula Racing. Those are the cars I've got to look forward to seeing. As soon as Western University finishes their run, there'll be a short break and those cars will be on track.
Yep, it'll be a nice mix of 3 combustion cars and 2 electric cars. And it'll be interesting to see how they hold up against each other.
Western University is still lapping in the high 79-second range, which is quite quick. Western University in the 78-second range with a lap of 78.16. That's their fastest lap of the day on lap 14. Driver from Western University is still pushing with a few exceptions. It's been quite a clean run for the second driver. Another lap time in the 78-second range is 78.81. Western University completes another lap with a big cheer from the crowd in the stands. Reminder that Western University is from London, Canada, not the UK. Is one of the many place names in Canada and the United States, which has been borrowed from England, though. Another quick lap from Western University as they start the 18th and final lap of their endurance run. Making their way around the north section of the course. Going through the slalom and approaching the hairpin for the final time. They weave through the pendulum. Back onto the infield section of the course. Now entering the wing section. Now up into the horseshoe for the final time. Over the jump. Through the slingshot, and now just a few more corners to go for Western University. Makes it through those, and he's across the line. Western University finishes endurance at Formula Student Germany. Very great finish for them. Very bunch of happy Canadians I can see waving the flags down there. Congratulations to Western University. Now got a bit of a short break before the next cars come on track. In the meantime, if you've got any questions or any comments, send us a tweet at FSG Live.
It's a pretty impressive view here in the setup area, where all 5 cars are lined up next to each other. Big wings, all of them, of course. Couple of very different concepts.
Yeah, just walk with me, Thijs. Let's look at the cars one by one a little bit. So we have car number 1, GFR, Global Formula Racing. What do we know about this car, Thijs?
Well, of course, they've been a very dominant force in the Formula Student, Formula SAE world ever since they joined forces. The Ravensburg team and the Oregon State University team. It's a very light car. It's the lightest car in competition, actually, with their single cylinder. Next to them, there is TU Munich, who, like Oregon State, have a GFR rather, have a very aggressive approach to aero.
Yes, they've always built really fast cars, and they have really good drivers and teams, but sometimes they've lacked the reliability to win these kinds of events.
Unfortunately, yes. They do have one FSUK win under their belt, I suppose. They used to be one of the cars, sort of like Uni Stuttgart, who built a very fast four-wheel drive car, four-cylinder engine car. They have switched in recent years to a single cylinder. As we move past the Delft car, E85, they're of course an electric car. Just like the car next to them, it's a four-wheel drive car. It's the lightest electric car in this event, actually. And they have won 3 times in the last 4 years, but they were 3rd overall last year.
Yes, and those tires and self-developed tires and inner wheel concept is really impressive. Now moving on to E15, the electric kit car, also very impressive, very nice looking car. It seems very, very low as in terms of center of gravity, Thijs.
Yep, apart from the fact that they're both four-wheel drive cars, the concepts actually couldn't be more different. E15 actually has four-wheel drive, but all onboard motors, pretty uniquely. The guys from Munich, TU Munich, who sadly aren't here this weekend, also have that. But at this competition, they are the only team to actually have their front-wheel motors under the monocoque. It's a very nice and tight package, which earned them an award.
Yes,
and as we finish up that, we walk towards car number 2, Rennteam Stuttgart, where the driver seems to be asleep, or maybe just visualizing the track.
Yes, that's what good drivers usually do. They visualize the track. They're driving it in their minds, remembering all the corners or the braking points, all the points that they have to accelerate towards straight and so on. And Rennteam Stuttgart, what can we say about them? This is their backyard. They always want to win here. Nothing more than the best place on top of the podium is good enough.
Yeah, of course, they've always been very strong here. They've had 3 overall finishes with their combustion cars over the years at Formula Student Germany. 1 with their electric car, actually, in 2010.
So if we look at all the 5 finalists, we see 4 Hoosier compound tires. Are they all the same compound tires, as far as you know?
I'm actually not sure. I do believe most of them are R25Bs. Of course, the one that stands out are the tires from Delft. They're self-made Apollo tires. Sort of small and weird looking maybe, but very fast, at least in some events. Of course, we all remember the very impressive skid pad event from 2 days ago, where they broke their own world record with a 5:07 on a wet pad, which is a time that wouldn't have misstood on a dry skid pad on normal days.
So what kind of lap times will we see out there, Thijs? What do you think?
Well, that's a hard question, but I'm hoping to see maybe some below 70s. But definitely, I hope to see some times that are faster than the times that Green Team Stuttgart put on so far.
Yes, let's not forget that Green Team Stuttgart really put in a couple of really fast lap times, especially at the beginning when they had enough power. And I think they put in 72.1 as the fastest time at the moment. And I'm, well, my money is on a 71 lap, 71 low, probably maybe a high 70s. But I'm not sure that we will break the 70-second barrier.
You're probably right, and I definitely didn't want to take anything away from the great lap that Green Team Stuttgart just put in.
That being said, yesterday during the autocross, we thought we saw everybody pushing as hard as they could, and Oregon State pulled a lap out of the bag that was about 4 seconds quicker than their first lap. So you never know what's going to happen here.
So what's the secret, you guys? how come that the same teams appear over and over again in the final five in terms of speed, but also scoring heavily on statics? What's the secret behind these teams?
I think a lot of that has to do with knowledge transfer between different teams, actually, and project management. Just the structure of the teams that we're talking about here. It's definitely not a coincidence that those are the same teams. It shouldn't necessarily have much to do with specifically successful concepts in 1 year. Rather, the knowledge that is actually at the base of those concepts and the knowledge behind that being transferred successfully to new team members. We can actually see that because some of the cars from some teams are actually pretty different between years, which indicates that it's not simply just copying something that worked in the past.
Yes,
of course, it definitely is an advantage to have a previously successful concept, and we do see some features being transferred from year to year. Let's not forget that.
Yes, because it's a secret of a very, very fast car, a completely new concept, or an evolvement or evaluation of a previous concept, Thijs? What do you think?
Well, of course, there's a couple of factors that come into play, but definitely the most important factor is just reliability and being sure what your car does. I would say there's a couple of ways of, let's say, winning one of these events. You can either have a very fast concept that is reasonably well executed, or you can have just a fairly normal concept that is very well executed and very thoroughly tested. Of course, when those two come together, you have gold on your hands, let's say it like that. And we see that every couple of years. But mostly what we see is cars that might actually be a bit more reliable or slightly better tested, but that are conceptually pretty strong.
I think beyond car design, a key to performing well at Formula Student is knowing how the competition works itself. You can prepare as much as you want, but if you don't get the timing right for some of the events, you get from point A to point B when you need to be, it can ruin your whole competition. So knowing how that works is also fairly important in having a good competition here.
Yes, and it's only a couple of moments before we are starting the final five. So if anybody is still in the pits, come join us on the endurance track, because this should be interesting between these amazingly fast cars. And we will have a spectacular final five. I'm pretty sure about that.
Just coming back to the point of how to win an overall competition. What is definitely key is overall execution on all points. So, like you said, it's not just dynamics. As a team, you have definitely got to execute perfectly on all of the static events as well. And you just have to try and milk everything to the last point.
Yes, and we see the first cars being fired up, and the first car is heading towards the green flag, and I think it's it's Green Team Stuttgart, car number 2. Here we go.
It's not Green Team, of course, it's the University, the Ren Team Stuttgart.
Yes, and just behind them it will be Kit, car number E15 on the track, and already aggressive on the throttle.
They themselves reckoned they were sliding it around a bit yesterday, but they were very fast during autocross. Next up, the car from Delft.
Delft power sliding out of the cone killer chicane.
Keeping it clean.
Yes, and the trick to the endurance event is to be consistently fast and not getting too much cones, because that really hurts your lap time.
Meanwhile, Munich takes to the track. They're definitely going to be one of the 2 loudest cars on track as we wait for GFR. We can hear them already, and they're off, powering through the cone killer chicane. Already grabbing 1 cone in the kink.
Ren Team Stuttgart clean through the horseshoe, making their way to the end of the first lap.
So yeah, that's a 76.2 seconds, but that's really just the first lap. That the tires are cold. Does it have any influence on the lap times, Thijs? What do you think?
Well, I would say that the track is actually cooling down a bit as well because the sun has been gone for a while. But yes, you would definitely expect the tires to become quicker as they warm up. As Delft puts in a 75.74, which is the fastest first lap so far, as Karlsruhe only put in an 80.16. Let's wait to see what Munich and GFR can do for their first laps.
Well, yes, it could be also a bit of a strategy from Karlsruhe to start a bit slow maybe and accelerate towards the end.
And Munich comes through in 78.69. And yes, of course, it might just be a very calculated decision by Karlsruhe. They might know exactly what they need to do in terms of speed in order to be able to finish the endurance with a perfectly empty battery without having to slow down towards the end.
GFR with a time of 75.84 for their first lap, and their car looks glued to the road as they come right past us in the cone killer chicane.
Delft and GFR very close in that first lap. As Stuttgart improves their time, it's the 74.63.
Yes, we can see immediately that these teams are very close to each other in terms of lap time. Let's see whether the electric cars can keep up the pace. We all know that they have some battery management items to do, and combustion cars can power on through.
That being said, Karlsruhe improves their time by a significant margin, 5 seconds almost, as Delft comes through in 74.82. It's a little bit slower than Stuttgart.
Munich with a time of 74.6. That's the fastest time of the day for combustion cars.
Yes, it's unbelievable. All these five cars within a second and a half of each other.
That didn't last
impressive.
very long. OSU, Corvallis, GFR just a lap time of 73.39 seconds, eclipsing the lap time that previous team just up over a second.
Let's see if Stuttgart can come close. It's a 73.97. It's an improvement. It's not the best time so far, though.
Yes, but it really goes head-to-head, neck-to-neck racing, and it's very impressive to see all these cars within, well, 1 second, 1.5 seconds. That's really impressive.
You can clearly see that Delft has gotten closer to Karlsruhe over the last lap, as Karlsruhe comes through in 75.49. It's the first lap of any car not to be an improvement over the previous one, as Delft comes through in a 74.09.
Well, we're not close to the 70-second barrier yet, Thijs, but who knows? Maybe the second drivers will go all out, and the first drivers is maybe just being told to take it slowly and bring the car home for the driver change.
And
well,
Munich,
you're the driver, Mickey.
Sorry, Munich sets the fastest lap of combustion cars now with a 73.31 run. But that's eclipsed right away by GFR with a time of 72.58. They keep trading this time back and forth. It's amazing down here.
Yes, and if we look at the electric best time of today and the combustion best time, it's only 0.4 of a second difference.
I think we would have expected GFR to come pretty close or even beat that time by Stuttgart earlier.
Yes, we have only 4 laps in, Thijs, so who knows, we have another 14 laps. Just to remind everybody, we have 18 laps per car, and there will be a driver change after the first 9.
Karlsruhe actually does improve their time this time around at a 74.87, and Delft comes through at 75.26. So Karlsruhe was actually a bit quicker this lap around.
Munich rounding the last few turns of the track. Let's see if they can improve on their best time so far. Not quite.
What about GFR? It's a 72.51. Getting closer and closer to that 72.15.
Yes, that's in fact it is the quickest combustion time of today with a 70-51 from GFR.
And with that, GFR is exactly 1 second quicker than Team Munich.
Stuttgart with their quickest lap, a time is 73.21. They want to join in the party, it looks like.
Yep, all 3 combustion cars now within a second of each other. as both of the electric cars are having a bit of a fight of their own. I think Karlsruhe may have been a bit quicker this lap around as well, with a 74.8, which is an improvement over there last time, and Delft with a 75.37.
Yeah, and some cones are being clipped now by some of the teams, but it's very clean altogether. These drivers really know what they're doing with the car, and I don't see a lot of cones being collected. Do you, Thijs?
No, it looks pretty clean actually. Not a lot of martial activity. As Stuttgart reclaimed its position of second fastest car on the track, second fastest combustion car, and overall too.
Yes, and we have a battle within the battle, Thijs, because I think we have Delft and Kid battling it out with each other in their own class of electric. And of course we have the three combustion cars very, very close to each other in terms of lap times. Very exciting stuff, this.
Yep, Karlsruhe lapping very consistently, only 5/100ths of a second slower than the previous lap. Delft is a bit slower again. Their tires might be struggling with the hot asphalt.
Yeah, it's another fastest lap from GFR, 72.37. Very impressive driving from this driver. Very smooth through the corners, powering it down when it matters most, and it's very nice to see it.
I think maybe for the first time now that the guy from Rennteam Stuttgart did not improve on his best time. We've seen a lot of green times so far in this run. Delft's very consistent, 1/100th of a second quicker than his previous lap. As Karlsruhe takes it a little bit easier, and Munich comes through in 72.76, which is once again the quickest lap for him.
See what GFR can do now. They also improved by 0.3 of a second.
3/100ths actually.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, and we see both electric cars just backing up a little bit. Probably has to do something with battery management, so they can't really keep up with the combustion guys, but that's to be expected as well.
The first driver of Stuttgart gets the last lap board. It's his last lap before he comes in for the driver change now. As it will be for all the other cars following closely behind.
Of course, battery capacity is not the only consideration to be taken into account by the electric teams. They also have to take into account that their batteries cannot overheat. So especially in these warm conditions, that might be a factor that comes into play too.
And this is the first time that there are no green lap times. And might as well, because I think they are in the last lap. It's all about getting the cars back to the driver change and not taking too much risk at this stage, right?
Yep, all 5 cars now in our final lap before driver change. Stuttgart is the first car to receive the checkered flag. As all cars have been pretty equally paced, we haven't seen a lot or any, maybe even, overtaking maneuvers. I'm not sure.
I don't believe we have ties. I think the cars are still in the order they started in.
Just shows you how very competitive these cars are in terms of lap time. No real overtaking, a clean lap for all these cars, and they can really show what they're made of.
Yep, and it's definitely a good thing to see that the electrics can pretty much hang in there with the best combustion cars nowadays. That's definitely different from the situation 4 years ago. Yep, all drivers seem to have taken it a little bit easy in the last lap as the scrutineers swarm around the cars to see if anything's wrong with them.
Yes, let's just remind everybody about the rules. Any leaking oil or hydraulic oil or engine oil or whatever is not allowed by the marshals, and the scrutineers are checking all in every car. There is some free play allowed on the wheels and suspension system, but not too much. As long as it's not dangerous, they will be allowed to re-enter the track. And otherwise, water leaks are allowed, but not too much, obviously, as well. And it looks like all the teams have made it in. There is some of the scrutineers are looking at the backside of the kit car, but it looks all solid at the moment. But it looks that E-Kit, car number E15, has some kind of...
It's like there's a leak, Mickey,
leaking, yeah,
on the left rear of the car.
Of course, for the electric cars, the tractive system active lights are off. All the high voltage systems need to be disengaged during the driver change. As Renteam Stuttgart actually already fires up again. Renteam Stuttgart is already on the track as they got the green flag.
Followed closely by GFR, who's waiting to get back on track.
As TU Munich fires up.
While GFR powers onto the track for the start of their second endurance stint.
And it's just been confirmed that unfortunately car E15 from Karlsruhe has been DNF'd. They seem to have a cooling liquid leakage at the rear left. They actually have a very sophisticated system where their engine oil is the same liquid that cools the motor. You can actually clearly see from here the dripping, so it's pretty significant. And unfortunately that takes them out of the race as Delft rolls on. They're ready to take the green flag and be the last of the final four now. Cars to rejoin the action. As GFR takes a cone.
Yes, that's really unfortunate for guys from Karlsruhe, but give a big hand to them because they did an excellent job getting to the final five. Well done, Karlsruhe.
And TU Delft speeds up to the track again with Renteam Stuttgart in hot pursuit. GFR already putting in a 74.05.
Just shows you how difficult it is to actually finish endurance. Even the top teams can have some issues with finishing endurance, and such a small thing as a leak can really put you out of the endurance. If it happens during the second stint, there's no problem because in the end it doesn't really matter. But if you get caught during driver change, that's really unfortunate. But that's all over then.
And Delft passes the finish line for the first time with their second driver with a 73.98, which is best for them right away in the first lap of the second driver. Stuttgart is a bit slower than that actually, 0.9 of a second with a 74.88 on their second lap.
GFR with a lap time of 72.5, not very far off their quickest time of the day, which the first driver set.
Oh, Munich with a 72.46, already quicker than GFR. And a new best time for them.
Yeah, well, we all know that GFR doesn't really have to push all the way during the endurance because they have a comfortable points lead in the overall standing. So I think it's all about bringing the car home for them, isn't it, Thijs?
Yeah, I believe that's the case, Mickey.
Maybe a bit of personal pride for the driver. Hopefully that doesn't get away the greater team's goals.
As Delft improves again significantly with a 72.53, which is almost exactly the same as GFR Munich just did.
Oh, this is all very exciting stuff, Thijs. München, Stuttgart and Corvallis are battling it out with each other and now being joined by Delft as they are matching the lap times of the combustion cars. Very impressive stuff, this.
GFR with a 71.92. The fastest lap time of the day, either combustion or electric.
Yep, it's been a while since we've seen a purple time, but there it is.
Yes, it's absolutely great to see that all these different cars and different concepts can put in such equal fast times. But man, that lap from GFR is amazing.
Yep, we've seen in the past that there sometimes was actually a pretty big difference between both of the drivers of GFR. I remember last time the second driver was significantly faster. We'll have to see if that's the case today as well. It certainly seems like it. Maybe he can go even quicker. As Delft goes over the line in 72.42, yet again improving their time by a tenth of a second. With that, they're creeping ever closer to Green Team's best time of 72.15. As Stuttgart comes through in a 74.54. They're actually, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, by a margin the slowest car on track right now. Yes, GFR improves again by 4/10. It's 71.52.
Well, we're getting closer to the 71-second mark, Thijs. I kind of predicted 71 low or maybe even 70 high. Let's see if we can reach that mark.
We might yet see those numbers.
Both TU Munich and TU Delft setting fastest lap times, both 72.42, exactly the same.
If Delft with their battery electric car is able to maintain its pace, that'll be very impressive. It would surprise me somewhat less if the combustion cars are able to maintain their current pace, but let's see how it goes. Stuttgart sliding through the corner, but it's a 74.45. Still no overtakes, of course, as these drivers seem to be even more closely matched than the previous ones.
Yes, it's a very good quick lap time from Corvallis still, even though it's not the best time at the moment, only 1/10 slower than his fastest one. And it seems that Stuttgart is slowing out just a little bit, only a couple of seconds a lap. Maybe the driver just wants to drive the car home and not take any risks finishing the endurance.
Seems like Delft's last time was a bit slower too.
Yes, and so we have about 3 laps to go for all these teams, and they look still very fast, although not putting all green times or purple times in, but still very, very neatly.
Well, hang on, Delft all of a sudden seems to be a bit slower in this lap. They're clocked in a 78.32 actually. That's almost 5 seconds slower than our previous lap, almost 6 seconds slower than their fastest lap so far. Let's hope they can pick up the pace again.
Driver from GFR very consistent. This lap 0.03 of a second quicker than the previous lap. And only 1/10 of a second slower than his fastest lap. It's like TU Munich's taking out a few cones. approaching the end of the lap, but set his fastest lap time in the process of 71.95.
Delft's still going, but they definitely have slowed down a bit, and they're now being caught by Stuttgart. It's a 78.7 for Delft, 73.15 for Stuttgart.
.1 for GFR, slightly slower, but still very quick.
And Delft gets shown the blue flag as Stuttgart drives by.
Yes, and that might be the only overtaking we've seen so far, Thijs. Is that correct? That's the only overtaking we've seen?
I do think so, yeah.
I think GFR is closing fast on both the cars in front, though. Perhaps might see a few more overtakes soon.
Well, Stuttgart, of course, is nearing the end of their stint.
Yes, they only have 2 more laps to go, Thijs, after this one, so this will be very nerve-wracking for some of the cars.
Yep, we may well see an overtake from GFR on Delft, but otherwise I think that should be that. Yep, there it is, blue flag. As Stuttgart is about to enter their final lap, and GFR 2 right behind them, and Delft is into their second to last lap. Munich still in the 72s in their final lap.
Yeah, it's a very quick lap time from Corwallis as well. They can keep up the pace really badly towards the end, and I think they're on their last lap, are they?
Yep, they definitely are. Delft's the only car that's not on its last lap yet, and it's also lost quite a bit of its speed. Let's hope they can keep it together and finish this lap and the next one.
Cars from Stuttgart and GFR both making their way around the final few corners of the track. Stuttgart through the slingshot. Over the last few corners, they cross the line, and Stuttgart finishes endurance and Formula Student Germany, followed closely by GFR. Excellent
Next
run.
up is Delft over the line. They still have 1 lap to go as Munich approaches the last corners through the slingshot onto the final straight. And they're through the final corner, and they're at the checkered flag. Team Munich have finished the endurance as well, as Delft is, well, not struggling, but they definitely are slower than they were before, although they're faster than their last lap. Let's cheer them towards the end, guys. And with all the combustion silent now, we can actually hear the motors from Delft buzzing about.
Interrupted only by the cheers of GFR in the north stand with the flag-waving hooligans over there.
As they're going through the wings section one last time. Through the slaloms. Opening the DRS, they're going into the slingshot, onto the final straight. They're definitely going to make it, although they did lose some time the last couple of laps. And it's across the line. Delft has finished endurance. Car E85 is finished as well, and that is the wrap for the endurance today. Unfortunately, KIT Karlsruhe, the electric car, didn't make it. Luckily, the other 4 had a clean run for the rest of the endurance.
So that's about it for us, dear audience. On behalf of Thijs and Austin, we would like to say thank you. And maybe my colleague at commentators will have something to say as well to you guys. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next year.
See you next year, guys.
See you next year. Danke schön. It's been great. See you at the Mali party.